page, I should be in there as well on tabletop.
There we are. Oh, why don't I take that down? We'll wait until we do that later. And we'll do this like a normal show. Hey, yeah, it's chaos. I don't have my two co-hosts tonight, so tonight's going to be very interesting for me on my end because there's a lot of chaos that I love. Chris is traveling. Katia is traveling. So it's me. You're all stuck with me watching me tonight. And our special guest, KinSoul Studio with Jordan and Matt. We'll get into who you are and what you're doing as we go through the show. The layout is going to be a little bit of a who's who, and we'll find out a little bit more about some of people that are becoming more friends of mine every time we meet, because they are local to, for those that know about QSCon, they are local to the area, and we've known each other for a little while now. We're getting to know each other a little bit better. They got some great stuff in the pipeline and something you'll see in a little while. We're going to talk about our top 5 games to bring on vacation, which I'm really excited about because that can go in many directions. And then we'll lead into a game online as we move forward. Announcements, I guess. PAX was this past weekend. It was great. Personally, 3WS did really well. A lot of positive feedback on Mission Control, Critical Orbit. A lot of great feedback on Charcuterie. And the booth was just hopping the whole time. Katia was there, our co-host. We ran into Chris. All of our friends. Andrew Wolf was there. It was a great weekend to reconnect with a lot of people. We had our event on Friday at the Queen and Rook. If anybody's local to Philly watching this, I know Michael Petrie is. Queen and Rook Game Cafe is bonkers. Edward is amazing. They're doing tremendous stuff in the area. So if you can find a way to go out and support, please do. And I will leave that as the announcements. Hope you're doing well, Corey. Great to see you. But I would like to, first things first, do the fucking like and subscribe that I forget. So like and subscribe. Also, while you're liking and subscribing, find our guest, KinSoul Studios. And with that, please welcome KinSoul. You guys, and you know this because I tell you guys in person when I see you. I love you. I love what you're doing. So I'm happy that you guys have the opportunity to come on the show. We will be joined by Eric as soon as Eric gets away from the trolls that have kidnapped him. So we'll find Eric in a little while. But please, Jordan, Matt, say hello. I don't know who would like to start, but tell us a little bit about yourselves, about KinSoul, what you do, and let's get a conversation going.
Absolutely.
Matt, you want to take us away because you were there at the inception?
Absolutely. So hey everybody, I'm Matt from KinSoul Studio, one of the 5 that make it up and run it. There are 5 of us. So we let's see. So KinSoul came together in 2014. Actually, been together a long time, and so far to date we have 2 games that have been self-published through Kickstarter, and we're working on our 3rd one right now. Strange Orbit Undermine, that is currently on Kickstarter. So yeah, we have a huge passion for gaming, all 5 of us. We love to get together all the time and play and just make stuff up half the time. And that's sort of how we all got started. It just sort of happened naturally one day, I guess. I can get more into that later, but for now I'll turn it over to Jordan.
Yeah, I am the newest member, although it's been several years now. So
It's been a few years. Yeah.
It's been a while. I joined up in 2017.
Yeah, that's right.
At the end of the Kickstarter for Alchemia, right?
I think we were prototyping, or at least getting into the Kickstarter for Steep Sears.
We were getting into Steep Sears. It was all on paper at that time, like notebook paper. But yeah, so I'm the 5th member of KinSoul, and I'm a designer, That's my main focus, is on the design of games themselves. And I kind of divide my time between New York State and Canada, where I am right now.
Oh, you're back north of the border. I didn't know you went up.
Yeah, so it's 10 right now for me.
Nice. Oh, because you're way over. Yeah.
I'm in
Way
Atlantic
east.
Canada here,
Ugh.
the Great White North.
Yeah.
So I'm big passion for designing games. Started designing them honestly probably around 2014. And was just so happy I managed to run into these guys and kind of hit it off, and ended up deciding we wanted to work together.
Mhm.
And now here we are all these years later, and finally I'm kind of the front runner for our third game. It's the one that I designed from the ground up, and it's been really, really exciting, and a little scary too. But thankfully, I've had the rest of the KinSoul team able to help me and help refine the game and make it, what it is now, which it would not have been without the whole crew. We can't do it together without each other.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's a good team.
Yeah, we got a good crew going.
Yeah, like I said, that passion runs deep, and we just can't help but get into it. It happened with Alchemia, it happened with Steep Sears, it's happening with Undermine now, and it's just going to keep going, and that's kind of how it ends up going. Like, one of us will kind of come up with an initial idea and get something kind of started, and then like we'll all just like kind of pounce on it and see where it goes. And then it kind of naturally finds its place. And the process has gotten a lot better over the years too. It took us about 3 years from start to finish to get Alchemia out, like created and developed and out. And then Steep Sears took about a year to a year and a half. And so far, Undermine, I don't have a good estimate on how much design time you've put into it, Jordan, but so far it's been a couple months on my part.
There's been tweaking, but the and some good changes, like workarounds, but the major meat of the game design took place a year ago, almost to the date, and I play tested the very first version of it in the weeks leading up to Christmas. It didn't have all of the components yet. The characters all had different abilities. They were broken, and it wasn't fun, frankly. It almost was, but it was very mean-spirited.
It still kind of is.
But now it's fun.
You have the choice for it to be mean,
right?
And
it's fun.
And there's a trade-off. If you're mean now, you become sort of a bounty target. In the old version, it just kind of felt like the world hated you.
Right.
You get stuck in the lava, or an explosion hits you, and you were out. You were out of the game.
Oh wow!
And that wasn't fun. It's not fun to remove people from the table. So, play tested at Christmas time with my family, and started to refine. And then shortly after, brought it to KinSoul, and we started to refine it together. And so it really, the whole process, though, it was about 10 months, I'd say. And then the last two months here have been pretty much zero design changes, because good golly, you can't, this late in the game, you don't want to change things.
No, you really need to know when to draw that line and say, all right, I'm done.
Like any other art form, at some point you have to stop fiddling with yourself.
It's hard. It's really hard to do.
You get excited, you get new ideas, and that's when you need to make a new game, not fiddle endlessly with the previous one.
I do like the little soundbite that you can use moving forward that says at some point you have to stop fiddling with yourself. And Matt saying it's really hard to do.
I had that at the back of my head the whole time. I'm just, oh no. Okay. Phrasing, well, guys, phrasing.
And that's the full 42. So so for those that, and we're going to get into Undermine, which I'm looking forward to, and I have appreciated every opportunity going back to when QSCon Tuesdays was at the Ramada, looking at that game from when we had first seen it months ago, and watching every time you came in, the people playing it and giving some feedback, and the iteration next time it came, and the iteration next time it came.
That was some rapid iteration too.
And even to the point where now, if you go onto the page and look, you met them at QSCon.
Yeah.
And they do some amazing stuff.
Yes, they are incredible.
We talk a lot about the QSCon family and how we all support each other, and the way that everything kind of comes together. Watching you bring the game to QSCon, people wrapping their heads around it, helping out there, and then Tarragon and you meeting, and it's been awesome to get to know you guys as humans, but it's really been cool to see what you guys have been doing. Because when I first met you at before Jordan was involved, and I didn't know Jordan at the time, but when I first met you, when I first met the company, it was at 2018's tabletop day,
Mhm.
and there was a little table with, I think it was Alchemia, maybe you were doing Steep Seers, like prototype or early stuff.
Probably had both.
Probably both, yeah.
And it's been cool to because we're all in the same, we're all trying to get the same piece, we're all trying to do the same thing in the industry, and it's cool to see good people doing good things. And those that watch and those that listen know that I'm a big proponent of, like Edward at the Queen and Rook, like good people doing good things in the community. And you are one of them. Your group is just, and I mean it genuinely, it is good people doing good things. So I'm excited that you guys are still around, because one of the things I'd like to know from whomever would like to speak about it. So you started out with, get the first 2 games self-published on Kickstarter, and then the world kind of shut down for a while, right? Like there's this big thing happening.
Did it?
And yeah, there was a little thing. You might have missed it if you blinked or if you turned off the news for a night.
Yeah.
But how did the company, or how did the design team, or how did KinSoul make it through as a small publisher with a global pandemic happening? How did you adjust? Did you just wait? Like, how did that work for you all?
Matt, would it be fair to say, like, we went into a cocoon?
we did go into a little bit of like a hibernation, or I like cocoon better because
it wasn't like
we've
a
come out
step
transformed.
backward.
No,
There was no atrophy. It was just pause.
No, we were still doing stuff in the background, but obviously we had to. We had a very kind of aggressive convention schedule that we would try to hit every year, and so we of course had to stop that. Right, they all canceled in 2020, and many of them in 2021 even. And thankfully, Steep Seers came out for us in. Actually, we received it and fulfilled it and everything in 2019. So we were able to get a couple conventions, under our belt to get the word out about Steep Seers. And I think that helped a lot. We shifted our focus to setting up our online store through our website, and just doing more, just kind of online promotion as much as we could. And that's actually kind of how we got into Tabletopia and starting to create the digital versions of the games, because it was clear that something like that was going to be necessary for quite some time to help bring people together for board gaming, So, we were really busy kind of transforming and all that. And in the background, thinking about new games. We have 2 or 3 other games besides Undermine that we either kind of fully developed or got really close to fully developing it.
Including one that was at QSCon. And then, by the way, I dreamt up Undermine on the drive home from QSCon.
For last year or 2019?
Yeah, last year.
Last year.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So Undermine didn't exist. I went to QSCon showing off the game that we were getting ready for. And then I got in the car and drove for 18 hours and dreamt up this game. Went home and feverishly made it. And
he means made it. He physically, manually made every single piece in that original prototype, which comes with what, 170 glass tiles or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah. Flings, there's definitely some love in that first time I saw that prototype.
I made everything. In fact, I've got right here on my cork board.
Do you have it? Oh, you'll need both hands. It's very heavy.
Oh no, thankfully. I just mean, in addition to all those glass pieces, I have the original cards as well.
Oh, okay.
That I printed out. And,
oh,
there you go. Show them off.
That's cute. Oh yeah.
So
they'll peek at what's coming in a bit for sure.
So tragic. You can tell I cut them myself because they got all messed up.
That's what an alpha build is, you gotta prototype it somehow.
When I get an idea, I can't help it. I have to really visualize it, which means getting it as close to what the final thing looks like as possible, even if the final thing is only a dream. It's not something that makes any sense yet.
Mhm.
So anyway, sorry to butt in there. Just thinking like, wow, we do have a lot of games in the back burner here.
Yeah. Yeah, on our team, I would say probably Jordan and Jeff are our two main like idea men. You know, they're the ones that really their head is up in the clouds and up in this abstract world that the rest of us can get into sometimes, but they are there all the time. And they're just coming up with stuff left, right, and center. Every time I see Jeff, he's going through like 3 new game ideas he's come up with in
I
the past
mean,
week. And
Jeff can
Jordan, don't get me started.
Jeff can take a sip of his tea, swallow, and then be like, okay, imagine this. And he's got a
Yeah.
whole new game already.
He'll
In
paint
that
an
one
entire
sip,
scene,
he
and you're
dreamt
like,
it up.
you're just like,
It's the
wow,
curse of being a designer. It never shuts off.
truly.
I just recently told a story. I was doing dishes in the kitchen and I saw a chipmunk. I knew a chipmunk existed in the front yard underneath the front stoop. And he'd run down the fence and he'd go to the bird feeder and he'd fill his mouth up and he'd run back home and he'd run back to the bird feeder. Doing dishes, and one day there was a second chipmunk running up the fence towards the bird feeder while the other guy was running towards the bird feeder from what he normally does. And I was like, well, there's a game. And then in my head, it's like, well, now I got to get something down. And I reached out to another co-designer and we started talking about what that would look like. Like, you never shut it off, right? There's always an opportunity to make a game out of something. And the more unique it is, the better, because there's so much regurgitated shit out there that if you can do something where you build the world, you create the world, you're doing something that's unique, it's even better.
Oh, 1,000,000%. And I love that. Inspiration can come from literally anywhere. Literally. It's insane. I've had the same thing with like stories that I've come up with just on the side, or even, game ideas and stuff, just looking at the weirdest thing. Or even the most random. One time I came up with an entire like trilogy of like stories that I wanted to turn into like a book or something. Just by watching rain. I'm just like, I'm in the car, it's raining, and I'm like,
there are a great many ancient Japanese philosophers who would love to hear you say that.
I know, right?
They just tuned in. I just saw them.
Nice. Yeah, nice. Thank you.
I'm
Hey,
ready.
you know what? I'll take a ticket to Japan and I'll tell you in person. Just
Perfect.
pay for it. Thank you.
Just send the link.
It's funny.
Yeah.
So like the pandemic situation, like we had nothing to do, of course.
Yeah, the front end really slowed down, right? We didn't have the sales as much. We didn't have the conventions to worry about. We didn't have a lot of we didn't have all the things that normally kind of distract us, all the other business aspects, I guess, right? Besides just making games, there's a lot more to, having a company than just making the games, right? So we got to focus a lot more. I think this is where Jordan's going. We got to focus a lot more on the design aspect. And that's kind of how we came up with like the several games I mentioned that we made progress on, but ultimately Jordan with Undermine.
Because for myself, I believe really strongly in iteration and this idea of like game sketching. And in 2019, before the pandemic hit, I had challenged myself, just a personal project, not to deal with anybody else. I challenged myself to make 12 games in 12 months. I wanted to.
Oh, I thought that was the challenge. Your personal challenge was to not deal with anybody else.
Yeah, just people, no way. But yeah, I wanted to make 12 games in 12 months and specifically focusing on things I felt weak in. Like rather than just, I have all these cool ideas and I'm going to work on all of my passions. Instead, I wanted to like list mechanics or features that I'm either uncomfortable with or have wanted to explore, but I'm tentative, and force myself to work with them for a whole month and document the process. So like, for instance, my very first game in that series, personal opinion, I'm not a huge fan of dice games. I don't mind.
Nice knowing you, Jordan. Get out.
I don't mind dice. I like dice. They're useful. But I'm not a huge fan of when the game feels entirely at the whims of like a big clattering ball of dice.
Mm-hmm.
So part of that, though, is a problem within me where like I'm not super stoked about the math of it all. So what did I do? I was like, I got to make a game where the major mechanics are all with dice and you got to do some math. Because rather than grump about how they're so crappy or something, why don't I learn something about them and see if I can appreciate them better? Which, spoiler alert, I appreciate them more now because I have a somewhat deeper understanding of how they actually work and the cleverness that can exist behind them.
Okay.
But anyway, I didn't make it all the way through the 12. I made 8 games total. So I'm proud of that. But the pandemic was both good and bad for the creative process.
Sure. It gave
all
us
that-
a hell of a platform to work with, though, right? Like if you had mentioned earlier about the Tabletopia and having the digital world exist, and I remember first QSCon was 2019, which was awesome, right? Get all this the momentum rolling, this great convention out of the gate first time, like let's move it forward. The buzz is there, and then all of a sudden, St. Patrick's Day was like, meh. So then we were doing every Tuesday. We were meeting every Tuesday. There was some sort of routine to like keeping people engaged and bringing people into the community and growing the hobby. Then the convention, the pandemic stopped everything, and then every Tuesday there was this new thing that happened I had never heard of called Zoom, and we started doing Zoom meetings every Tuesday when we would meet, and I'd have publishers come on and designers come on. So at least it kept that thing going, but it also gave, like you had mentioned about the digital platform, it gave a lot of designers that couldn't get to conventions or didn't have it in with publishers or didn't have that friend in the industry. It gave them a platform to really show off their shit that they couldn't really do prior to. And it existed, but it existed once that all happened, right? Like there was a thing that happened that was, as Jordan, like there's a positive and a negative. And if you're looking for positives, it really brought the platform level across the board, right? You didn't have to be in the industry. You didn't have to go to Gen Con. You didn't have to know someone. You just had to find out about like a speed dating design thing and join up and give an elevator pitch. And it brought designers to the table, like new designers, fresh designers to the table, which was amazing to see. Not that you were new because of the pandemic. You had existed prior to, but it did.
It was sort of like a, several month intensive that I wouldn't have otherwise had access to.
Right.
So there may have been other stressors, but for myself in a lot of creative ways in my game design, but in some others as well, I was able to really, I wouldn't say focus. It was pretty unfocused a lot of the time, but I was able to realize moment to moment, when I wake up and think, well, I got a lot of stuff to do. Actually, I don't. All right, I guess I should go work on some games, do work on my writing, or admit that I'm too tired to do it right now. There's a sort of intellectual honesty I had to have.
Yeah.
And that was nice.
There's also nothing wrong with starting Rebels over again. Just pick episode 1 of Rebels and start watching it again when you have nothing else to do. It's good stuff.
My wife and I watched all of Avatar at that time.
Good choice.
We watched Good Omens as well. I mean, there was a lot of TV watching as the whole planet did as well.
Great distractions for sure.
Oh yeah.
And
we played Valheim. The KinSoul crew. We all played Valheim for a bit there too.
Oh hey, speaking of which, they updated with a new biome. We should go back to it.
Oh, nice.
I meant to reach out to you guys. I'm like, do you guys want to start it up again? Because I miss it.
I'd give it a shot. I would.
Yeah, it was fun.
Especially now that I got a computer that can do it. My poor old laptop was just like ready to melt through my lap when I was playing it. It was having a tough time.
Oh.
Why did I just get new messages that weren't there before?
Oh,
that's weird. That wasn't there just 2 seconds ago.
Yes, it's unbuilt. Where I just rearranged my office because I started a new job recently, but I rearranged the office and thank you. And yeah, so that shelf has to get built. I actually have a whole big shelf of board games right here in the corner that you can see, and it's gonna extend into that and more because there's never enough storage.
There never is. There's never enough room for. I mean, this is just a green screen, but there's never enough room for board games. This, Eric, we will touch upon because those clay minis of. I hope you have them at the ready because your handmade.
Oh, the handmade clay minis.
Yeah.
I've got the components. I can show them in a minute whenever you'd like.
All right, cool.
Every single convention that we've been showing Undermine to over the past like year, I guarantee I can point out even the people like there were several people who specifically picked up those pieces and were just like, are these going to be in the game? Because I love everything about this. Like that was the one thing they took away from the game. I'm
This
like,
just cracks me up so much because I, to me, they're such like third grade, rapidly made clay slapped together things. Like
it gave it style though, you know what I mean? It kind of gave it a sort of character that you don't get when you get the really like high quality, like highly defined edges and points and things on the
in fairness, it's true. Like I was making them because I wanted to get a certain element across with them.
Right.
Because there's a style of miniature that's out there which looks beautiful, but it's not what I have envisioned about what the game pieces that should be in Undermine. Now that I've been thinking about it more, I've been able to explain it to people as if you've played the remake of Link's Awakening on the Switch or seen it even, there's a little bit of like a toy box style to the characters now.
Mhm.
And I like that. I like that styling where the miniatures they're not hyper detailed, they're more colorful, and as a result they end up feeling slightly more expressive. And they're toy like, and I want the pieces to be toy like because you're blowing each other up and sending each other into lava. I don't want to get too real about this. It's pretty brutal stuff. If they're fantasy creatures with a soft edges and a smile, I mean, it's like, wow, how bad could it be?
Yeah, but also, how many times do you want a dragonkin, or how many times do you want a rogue, or how many times do you want the ranger? Like, there's something not only creative but charming about, and I know we'll get into it more, but about the world that's created in there, because they're right in coming over to your game and picking up those minis because they're different. They look cute. They look different. They're not your typical, Whiz Kids mini, or they're not your typical mini that's in like a normal game that you're gonna shadow paint and whatever. They're very unique and they're very like, ooh, let me see. And the game has that feature to it as well. Like when you're looking at the tiles, and it's very inviting.
So as a extremely super quick sneak peek, I have them on all this stuff on my desk here. Actually, two very, very quick show and tells. Firstly, this was the very first Undermine piece, back when I thought maybe they'd be more chibi style.
I'm doing the thing.
The thing.
Oh, why did you move? I moved you.
It has a broken ear because my cat knocked it down.
Aw.
But this was the very first Undermine miniature when I was trying to decide what the right size was. But I decided something smaller and more like reasonable within the tile sizes was better.
Right.
But he lives on my desk now.
Nice. As
The
you should.
second is I've got a game idea floating around that I've been playing around with some artist friends of mine based on one of their properties. And this is a little guy I made. But
That
there's
is precious.
little pieces that you add as you play, which for
Oh
now I
my
won't bother
God.
explaining, but there you go.
I'm interested. It's almost like Terry Pratchett's Discworld, right? With the turtle and the stuff on the back.
I thought the same thing. Yeah.
I'm glad that's what you thought, because there is in fact a bit of similarity there.
All right.
So anyway, my life is just filled with all kinds of goofy little clay things. This is Bernadette, who unfortunately broke, so she has no feet.
I jumped it.
She doesn't need him. She's got the robot.
Yeah, exactly. She can float around on her robot. So anyway,
Yeah, I kid you not when I say there have been several times that Jordan has come up to us with just like a box, this unmarked looking box, and he's like, I got a game. And we open it up and it's just all this like handmade stuff of all different materials and colors and kinds that we're like, wait, this is the first time we're hearing about it. Actually, this is kind of how Undermine worked. He showed it to us and he's like, yeah, the game's done. Take a look. And we're like, what? So like again, we went through all these like play tests with it and trying to figure out ways to like mess with it and make it better and everything, and
you did. I mean, it's unequivocally a better game.
Absolutely. There and but the scale at which there weren't major changes. Like what you brought to us essentially is what the game still is. Like we did not change the core of it, just a lot of little things to make it kind of flow and play nicely. That was it, and yeah, exactly. and it's just hysterical. Anytime I see Jordan coming with anything in his hands, I'm just like, oh, God. What are we about to get into now? And I get excited. I love it.
It's usually a bad, I don't want to say bad. It's typically not good to have something so defined when you walk into a thing. Like, obviously it's in-house, so it makes sense, right?
Yep.
But when you go to a pitch and you have something so well done, like one of the things I remember talking, because we do the prototypes on every Sunday now at Jason's store, which you guys should come to, trying to figure out what components to buy or what art to do and graphically do that. Don't stick figures and index cards, right? Like, get a Sharpie on a thing and make sure it functions, because if you go heavy down that, this is what the thing looks like, and this is the art style I'm going for, and these are that could actually be a deterrent to a lot of people that are looking at the game. So when you have the opportunity, and really what we do is play, right? We get to be creative, we get to have fun, and we get to play. When you have the opportunity to play with something that you literally create from the ground up, I guess it would be ground, even though it's in space, right? Like, ground up.
There's Earth. Not really.
Sure, there's something they're standing on, whether it's upside down or whatever.
Yeah.
It is super fun to be able to play and create and bring to life something that's in your head to a table, right? There is, no matter how far down the rabbit hole you go with literally creating your own minis for the damn game, or it's a stick figure with a hat, like, or what's supposed to look like a hat. You look at one of the prototypes I made over the weekend, we were playing it. I thought in my head it was a rectangle that represented a card, and on the card was a magnifying glass, like a little clue finder kind of thing, right? I got key, I got crack pipe, I got a whole bunch of things on my little drawing that was like, no, that's not what it was. But like, that's where I went with it, because whatever. And you're like creating with the ears and the clipboards and like all the uniqueness. It is a lot of fun to do, to play in what we do, right?
In
100%.
Steep Sears, there's a bunch of different ingredients, and there's little icons for each ingredient. And I think one of the most delightful features of playtesting that game amongst ourselves and with others was that there was one ingredient in particular that was never called the correct thing, but it was given many names over many months. So it's forever in my mind. It's the ingredient, the spicy carrot.
Oh,
But
yes, the spicy carrot.
it was in fact ginseng, but it just kind of looks like a little bit of a carrot with some rough edges.
Yeah, we've had some very creative takes on those
Love
icons.
When you play, do you call it a spicy carrot?
I do, yeah, most certainly. And
Yeah,
I think Eric does too sometimes.
That's great.
Right. The fact that Eric does it is great.
Yeah, so Eric is the full mind behind Steep Sears.
Yes.
So that he can indulge in a little bit of silly naming of the serious pieces is fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If Eric is still watching, is this true? I just want to know if it's true, because if Eric isn't watching, I have a challenge. I have a challenge for us later, and I don't know if I can really tell if Eric's watching or not. So, which probably now he's not going to answer because he wants to see the thing. Right. A message in the private chat.
Okay. But yeah, no. Mike makes a good point though about the prototypes. That when you make a game, you don't necessarily go for the gold of it and kind of keep yourself in that container, I guess, like you were saying. You're kind of building yourself into a style and into a kind of thing. And that's something that Jordan uniquely brings to our table, because the rest of us, we do exactly that. We're just like, let's get it on the table. It can be the crappiest little whatever. It doesn't matter, because you need to see the game work. You need to see it flow. You need to see it move. And that's what's most important, is how do I make the system? How do I make this game become alive, right? How do I give it life? And then Jordan just happens to come with all the really nice things to make it beautiful and fun and just engaging to play right from the get-go, which is great.
So Matt, would you say that you are mechanism first when you come to design, and Jordan, would you say that you are theme first when you come to design?
Go ahead, Matt.
I'm leaning towards yes, but at the same time, no, because for example, with Alchemia, that game was theme first. We just wanted to make an alchemy game, and we're just like, how would we do it? And it's just sort of birthed from that. Steep Sears actually, well, Eric's the one that started with the Steep Sear idea, but that was theme first as well. But I do approach games from a mechanics standpoint first. Like, themes are great, and the style and art has to be on point.
Right.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah. But what good is a beautiful game if it doesn't work? Right.
Right.
So like I have a very mathematical, and like I have a math and computer science degree. I've worked as a programmer forever. So I have a very like logic based, system flow kind of mind, so I come at it with the rules, I come at it with math, and all of the balancing that you have to do with all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But that doesn't mean I won't come up with the idea first. I actually like coming up with a theme and then trying to figure out a mechanic that enhances it,
Okay.
That's actually how Alchemia came about.
Interesting.
So for myself, I spend kind of a little bit too much time navel gazing and philosophizing about games and design, because I'm one of these tiresome games as art people for both board games and video games.
Fair.
But for myself, theme is very, very important. But as Matt just said, I mean, I could draw a pretty picture, sure, but it's not a game, right? Games, both video games and board games, are necessarily a joint effort between the creator and the player. You are creating the game as you play it.
Right.
And as a developer of games, I want to keep that relationship in mind while I'm designing. So it's not so much that I'm theme first or mechanics first, although you can tell my leaning is definitely towards the Imaginarium, theming of stuff. But I try to take, in so far as I can, I try to take a more holistic approach that theme informs mechanics, which in turn inform the theme.
Okay.
So
yeah,
if you're trying to, play a game that's all about like I don't know, lots of random events and incredible action and surprise, then you don't want to have like a really rigid structure to it. You don't want to always know what's going to happen next. So you probably really need to shuffle cards. You probably really need to have dice. You probably need randomness, right? And similarly, if you're trying to make a game that's very, very structured, and you really want the genuine sort of like pure strategy component to exist in it, you kind of want to have as little randomization as possible. And those are extremely base ideas of describing this, but like
we get it. You don't like dice, Jordan. We get it.
So Undermine is like a lot of my design opinions all coalesced into a game. So I first and foremost wanted a game where the players felt like they were literally shaping the world. But I was like, how can you do that in a board game without 12 billion pieces? I mean, my answer ended up being with 171 pieces. That's how you do it.
171 do it. That's pretty bad. Developing one now that's 108. So, yeah, 108 plus some stuff. But
so I wanted to make sure that the players felt like the world they were entering into was something they could shape, but that it also was something that was violent, right? Because I was imagining this sort of roughneck miner, space miner life. So that was a very thematic idea. And I was also very much thinking of it as sort of a almost Saturday morning cartoon type of environment. But I also want this game to be fun. So what mechanics, filter through that first filter? Sure. And then after you start employing those mechanics, do some more thematic thinking informed by those mechanics. So I like to do it cyclically. It's really what I'm long form getting at.
It makes sense. We had talked to, I think it was in 2019, or it might have been on one of the other live streams, but we talked to John Gilmore and Ian Moss, and the topic had come up, and I had heard them talk about it before, but the topic had come up, theme or mechanism. Like, where do you design first, right? Because you see it, you play a cool game, and it's got a really cool mechanism in it, You're like, oh, I really wish that it did this and I can make a game about it. And then you find it. Or I was just watching Chipmunks and now I want to make a game about it. So where do you go with it? And their answer was fun. Where's the fun? It's fun first.
Very much agree.
Absolutely true. Yep.
Yeah. But that wasn't an option. It was theme or mechanism. And you guys did well. But yes, I agree. It's fun. You want them to, unless you're a heavy Euro, I want all the strategy. I want all the math. I want every choice. I want agency on everything I do. Well, then you might be having fun, but there's none of that. I guess
I've got a hot take coming through here that all that agency that is proposed. I mean, this is my hot take. If it pisses people off,
here we go. Mark it down. 40 minutes into the thing. Here we go.
They're the most determinist games there are, right? I mean, when you're playing games that are a literal reinterpretation of a battle that took place, there's actually extraordinarily strict limitations on what takes place in that environment. So even though in theory, because there are so many mechanics, there's codices for the singular board game, what you're really doing is just simulating. These are basically war computer games that they didn't bother coding. So you got to do all the coding in your head. You got to do all the calculations. But they're very determinist. You don't have agency. You don't have choice. You have many actions you have to take. And that's why they're boring for me. I understand other people enjoy them. I will not take that from them. But the argument that they're more liberating because of how much you can do, I'll always disagree.
I was never drawn to any of the games that had to include you throwing something and taking into consideration the angle and the wind and no.
little too real.
You succeed. Great, I'm good.
It's like I want to play a game. I don't want to go outside and do this for real, right?
Right. Yeah, like the angle of the sun, and it was in your eyes, so you really throw it at full force. That could be fun for some people.
And now you have to turn to the paragraph on page 197, which is about when the sun is at a 30-degree angle entering your eyes instead of 90 degrees. It's like,
but were you wearing glasses? Did you have a hat? Like, was there?
It was page 139 of book 2. Let's not forget. There's several editions.
Kind of missing the forest for the trees, you know?
Yeah.
But my big gripe, and you've heard me say it before, Mike, is I don't like losing for 6 hours straight.
Oh my god!
Like,
right?
If you can figure out that early on, like, oh, I'm losing. There's no turning this around.
Right.
The game should just end, or at least it should be coming to a rapid denouement. Like, I'm not here to sit around and watch you beat the snot out of my robot army or whatever the heck. Just do it. Just get it over with. Like, at least Twilight Imperium, despite being super long, that game can change on a dime. That's great.
Yeah.
I was getting like that, you want that. I was the one that was getting beat up on in Twilight Imperium, and the game to this day is probably one of my, and I know my co-host will get on me at this, is probably one of my, and I can't rank it, but in my top 5 of best game experiences in my modern board game life. Yeah, that I can. It was 11 and a half hours.
That's insane.
On the whole thing with the night before reading, watching the videos and doing the setup 20-minute video the day before or the morning of, I was not going to win. At first to 10 points, it seems really easy. And it's not an 11 and a half hour experience. And no, we weren't fucking about the entire time. Like, we were focused.
Right.
But I was not in contention. I mean, in the beginning, right? First couple points go through and I'm like, oh, I'm only 2 behind. I'm only 3 behind. I'm 6 behind. I got no shot in doing this. But it was enthralling the entire time. And those kind of games, although I had no way to get back in the game, I was still getting my ass kicked for the majority of that 11 and a half hours. And it was bonkers fun. But those games where it doesn't feel fun, or it doesn't give the players the stage to have fun with, those games are brutal.
Well, there's not a huge glut of games out there that are fun to lose.
Right.
Designers, it's a very easy oversight, but you should be designing for failure a lot. Like, because players are inevitably going to fail in every single game that they ever play. It's like somebody's gonna lose. So how do you make sure that it's not just one person had fun, everyone else can eat shit?
Right.
Like, So, Eric says,
Eric, will you just get on the show already? Kind of to me, inspiring me. The mechanics don't hold as much meaning as longevity. Yeah, sure.
true,
Yep.
true.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think so to bring it more like, I don't know, this weekend. Corey said hi in the beginning. Corey and Donnie, who you know from QsCon, they designed Mission Control, which 3WS has. And Mission Control is an asymmetric, cooperative, timed roll and write, right? 20 minutes of oxygen, do your thing cooperatively, asymmetrically, can't really quarterback the game. So you don't have agency in what one person is doing because you're kind of like working together to do the thing.
Right.
Man, they fail a lot, right? Like these are not dies a lot. They run out of time really quickly. And that moment where they're like, I want to play again, or man, that was awesome, and you failed, says so much to a design. Because if you lose 75% of the time and you keep getting that game to the table, that's special, right? Because you can win and win and win, and it's like, meh, whatever. But if you lose and want to play again, man, that's good.
Winning is candy, right? Like, it's easy to make winning feel good.
Sure.
You just turn to someone and say, you win. And they go, oh, I guess I did. Thank you.
Winning is the whiskey. Winning is the whiskey.
Yes.
Always good. Whiskey, it's always good.
Yeah, the real challenge is designing a losing experience that still feels rewarding and fun, and like you said, makes you want to play it again. Like you don't feel like you've been stomped on for hours, right? Like let's go again, you know. And I think Undermine does a very good job of that.
I would say to toot my own horn a little bit, one of my favorite comments I've gotten was actually from my oldest brother, who he does not have the interest, the acumen, or proclivity for board games. He doesn't have the attention. He does not care. Board games, actually video games too. He just doesn't care, right? But I'm his kid brother. He wants to be supportive. He played Undermine. And he's actually played it a few times now. And it felt extremely gratifying when he turned to me midway through his game, totally surprised, going, this is fun.
Yeah.
This is fun. I don't have to win, and this is fun.
Did you have like a mic to drop? Because that was that moment, right?
It felt so good. It felt like my eldest brother, who I'm kid brother, right? So like my whole life I've been like wanting to impress him, right? So when he turns to me and says this thing that came out of my brain is fun, I was like, great, that's the best review right there. Put that on the Kickstarter. You know, Justin says it's good.
Yeah, can we interview him? I think that'd be a good idea.
So he that was fun because he realized while he was playing, like he couldn't care about winning, like the figuring out the strategy to get the points. He was just like, I don't get it, I don't care. But what he did realize was he was having a lot of fun pushing us around, stealing stuff, and he was like, I can still kind of be in the running here and completely cut out from the main mission.
Yeah.
And that was cool. He did not win, but surprisingly, he wasn't last place either. So
didn't you say you played at least one game where somebody did purposefully focus on just like the pushing and the stealing, and they weren't going to actually mine at all, and then they ended up doing really well?
They did end up winning.
They won.
It has
right?
happened. Now there's a bit of like real life allegory taking place here, because this person won, but the margin was very low. Nobody scored high, right? Everybody had to eat shit. They had nothing, right? So he won by a very small amount because no one else had anything. So it's sort of like, it's I don't, not to put my elevate ourselves as high, but like sort of like Scythe, like if you war too much, then the final points that you're divvying up among everybody are very low. You just destroyed the world. You destroyed your economy. So good for you. You won a broken place. Good job.
Yeah, you won, but did you really?
Yeah.
And for some chaos-minded people, they're like, yeah, I really did. I did win. Hooray. They'll stand atop the rubble of their cruelty, and they're like, yes, I did it.
Yep. Nice. Some people like to piss on the ashes, right?
Yeah.
And we have a character for that, you know?
Yeah, you do. There is something to be said about a game that does what it did for Justin. When I showed Mission Control at Origins to Board Game House, Stephen, Megan, and Derek two of them were like, this sounds great. And Derek was like, I hate cooperative games and they all suck and blah, blah, blah. Then I started going into like how, and people don't like them. Like Chris doesn't necessarily like cooperative games. And I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
Not every game is for everyone. And I was like, yeah, but kind of like when I approached this game to 3WS and I'm like, how do you feel about rolling rights? And they're like, meh. I'm like, yeah, but this one, like we need to. So I showed them the game. I talked about it and how it all worked. And they were just like, okay, like this sounds good. And Derek was like, all right, I can get behind it. And then they played it at Gen Con and we had the whole simulator and we had the big easels and we had the giant version and it was a blast. And I joked with him this weekend about now he's a co-op fan because he likes mission control. And he's like, wait. I don't like
Slow down there.
I like mission control for what it does. But there that element of like Justin's not a gamer and then he plays your game and is like, this is good. That right, just like if you can lose a game and want to play it again, when something like that happens, it's something to listen to, it's something to watch, it's something to pay attention to because that's very special in games. It's easy, like you had mentioned, it's easy to win. It's candy when you win. Like that's great, awesome. I know I'm gonna do it, whatever. When you lose and you want to come back to it, like, or you can get someone to play a game that I don't like playing games, and then you play like Colorful or you play Dice Miner or you play whatever and like, wow, that was really fun. You damn right it's fun. I got you. You're done now.
Right.
Yep.
We've just opened that door. Get ready.
It's over. It's downhill from there. Like, get ready. Yep.
But yeah, it's something like that is absolutely a sign, right? That something special is happening here, and it's something you have to follow. You know, you have to see it through and see what it can do.
Yeah. This is actually
you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss out, right?
Yeah.
When you know that there's something there, you gotta ride that train because
absolutely.
You don't.
This is a good example of the sort of the soft science part of game design meeting the mechanical, mathematical side of gaming. Both are equally essential to the experience. It's worth noting that people tend to not talk about your game in mathematical terms, right? What they engaged with was their sensations, their feelings. They engaged with how the game made them feel. Even if they were being smart and thinking about math as they were doing it, the end result is they were a sea captain or whatever for an hour and a half. And they did really well or they didn't. And they had this whole narrative went through their minds. And so when somebody's happy about your game in that way, especially when, say, they lost, that means something about your sort of behind the curtain mechanics of all this, the steam engine running in the background. You did it right. There's something mathematically correct here that is equivocating to something emotionally and narratively satisfying. And that's piecing together which components you put together that really made it work. That's if I can ever find that secret recipe, I'll be rich, right? But like,
sure,
it's what I'm searching for. Is what mechanical choices did I make that were smart?
I think it's an amalgamation of a lot of stuff, right? Like with Mission Control, the majority of the people that played, they did well, right? And we had two moments at the end of Saturday, the last two people to play, and I didn't think it was going to get better. The second to last person playing through, it's 20 minutes. You have 20 minutes to restore oxygen, or the Ethernaut dies and everyone else goes out and drinks in their honor kind of thing, right? And it's getting close, right? And there's 2 minutes, and then there's a minute and a half, and then there's a minute left, and they're panicked and things are going off. They saved them with 23 seconds left, right? And that moment of like, holy shit, that was amazing. Even when they lost and the bell went off and people were like, oh man, there was always this, what did I do? How did I contribute? How can we do better? Moment to that was amazing, or we failed, that was still amazing. Then the second person, the last person that day, same thing, right? They're struggling, numbers aren't coming up, they're trying to figure out the puzzle, and the timer's going down. 13 seconds left. And that moment, that feeling that they created, that Ani and Corey created when that timer is going down, and you feel like, wow, we're fucked. Like there's no wait, I might have it. And then it's like it's so special when those kind of things, even when it's a back and forth, like with Undermine, where you're pushing people, I'll get you back, right? Like you're going to come back and you're going to do the thing and I'll get, there's so many games that are just kind of like rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. And when you get something that's really special and has those, like one of my first times I ever played Mansions of Madness, I was stuck in a freezer the entire game.
I feel like I've had that same experience actually.
It was the original. So there was my neighbor's wife was running the house, and me and her husband were gonna do the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we start off, the narrative happens, and we meet this guy, and we get into the main lobby of the house, and there's this guy running towards the front door, cursing and telling us not to go in the freezer. What does Mike do? Goes to the fucking freezer.
Of course.
I'm stuck there. The place lit on fire. The lights went out. I couldn't turn the lights on. The entire game, I was in the freezer doing absolutely nothing while John was taking the characters and like destroying night gaunts and destroying Shuggoths. And like, this is awesome. You're riding a Shuggoth. Like, and I'm in a freezer trying to like bang my head against the wall to turn a light on. But it was that moment, right? That moment, that narrative moment that still gets told because it was so epic and so stupid. And it created just a really, and Mansions is like up here, but
still, I
still,
love Mansions. Oh, yeah.
It's very special when you get something that can fail. When you fail at it, you want to do it again, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can do better. I can do better.
Mm-hmm.
I'll honestly never get the round we played at Gen Con. Yeah. It gets crazy. It really does. And if you do it with 6 minutes left, because we had people that won with 6 minutes left because the right tiles came up, the right numbers were rolled, like whatever it was, it's still a feel-good moment.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, that was great. And then you have the moments where you fail and you're like, well, what the hell is wrong with you? And like, well, you can do better. Like, here, you do it. And then it creates this, it's just a fun, because games bring us together, right? We come to the table, we hang out for a little while, forget about the shit that's going on outside, and just have this experience with each other. And when you can create lasting memories based on dice and dry erase markers and glass things that you have stickers on with these cute little pink things that you hand create, whatever it is, right? Whatever's happening on the table, if that can last, that's the special moments.
Yeah, and I think that's something absolutely magical that board games have that a lot of other mediums don't, or are trying to, can get close to, but there's just something so special about that, and honestly addicting. It's like you just want to keep doing it and exploring and seeing what else is out there, and it's so beautiful. And actually the way you're talking about mission control and the feelings it evokes, it makes me think of an escape room, basically. Like I've done more than my fair share, and those exact feelings are what you feel when you go through an escape room and you got 10 seconds left and you finally found that damn key and you can get out of the room and you're just like sprinting across the room. It mimics that, which is pretty cool, I gotta say.
Or that moment, like even in RPG, right? In D&D, when you have to roll a 17 or higher and you roll the 18, right? Like those things that happen when there's that moment. It's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's music. It really is music. It's an art form, to Jordan's point earlier, that is art. But like there are songs that evoke an emotion inside that nothing else does, right? You hear lyrics or you hear the voice, right? And you hear the inflection of the person that's singing it, and it brings out something inside you where you're at a table and you're playing a game, and what are they? Plastic, cardboard, right? What is it? But it creates this experience that lasts and you have feelings with, and it's like the board game industry in general is just an amazing place filled with mostly unbelievable people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, and there's Donnie.
I think that one of the key elements that separates board games from other forms of media, especially its most close cousin, right, the video game, is that board games are inherently and inexorably experiences you have to personally put effort into. They require energy of the person participating in them. And like I was saying before, they're a combined effort of the designer and the player. And this is true in video games, but way more true in board games. The board game doesn't operate without your input as the player. It physically can't. There's nothing it can do. You must sit there and put it together and with your friends have a group hallucination that these pieces of cardboard matter,
Yeah.
that these little plastic dice mean something.
Yeah.
And for
Yeah.
a set amount of time that you agreed upon, you agree.
Yeah.
You roll those dice and you have the same heart-pounding moment that you have when you're actually stressed in your real life doing something real with physical consequences. And I think that's a little bit, not to get too distracted, but that's a little bit why they're still, even to this day, a touch on the niche side, is because a lot of other forms of media are exclusively about relaxation.
Right.
It's passive. You take in what the show has to give you. And even
Right.
video games, even though you're active, I mean, you chill in your chair and you can veg out. A board game does not operate on veg. You can't do it. So it's tiring. That's why we want our games to not be too long. You can
Yep.
play 11 hours of video games. I mean, that's way too much, but you can do it. It's
Unless
way
it's
harder.
Guitar Hero. I'll rock Guitar Hero for 11 hours, no problem.
I mean, yeah, set me down in front of like a God of War or something. Like the
Yep.
new one is great. Oh.
But meanwhile, board games, you say 11 hours and we go, whoa. That's
Right.
Yeah.
like, were there some breaks or something? And that's
Yeah,
because
right.
we
Like
know
at a table for 11 hours. Like, oh my
our
God.
brain had to engage deeply because what we're doing is, like I said, we're deeply hallucinating for a while.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
And that's taxing,
Yeah.
but that also means that it's very rewarding. Our
Yeah.
brains just got really deep into it.
Mhm.
So we're kind of still in the beginning of what games, both board games and video games, can really do and what they
Yeah.
can say. And I find that extremely exciting.
Well, it's like a good writer, right? Like, I remember going through education and going, I think it was right after my undergrad, but really more in my master's, trying to understand how to interpret what a good reader does, right? To try and get young readers to engage, to close a gap, whatever the reasoning was. And it hit me when they were like, well, a good reader creates a movie in their head.
Right.
So when you're reading words, they're just letters, right? 26 letters that are jumbled together to make words. And then we're reading these words in succession. And then we're creating those settings. We're creating those moments in our head, right? There's your hallucination. There's words on a page and you're creating this thing in your head, just like a mini, right? You have a barbarian or you have a ranger and you're playing a dungeon crawl and I'm going to sit 3 tiles away and I'm going to do the arc thing. Like, here we go. And then there's a fireball in your head going over these tiles, smacking the dragon.
Mhm.
Right.
Like, it's a great way to put it that you're hallucinating for a while because they're inanimate objects that require us to move them and create those experiences that then transcend its own time. It's such a cool hobby.
And importantly, I'd like to add that mechanics are actually the sort of the lubricant that keeps the game working properly and keeps your brain engaged in the myth of it all.
Yeah.
Because if your mechanics are poorly balanced, if that fireball does something unreasonable, right? If you're unable to do something that you really ought to be able to do from a mechanical standpoint, even if it was just for a moment, players start to snap out like, oh, I am just looking at a miniature on a table in my basement or whatever. I don't even want to be here. But if the
It's the same
mechanics
thing
roll in, they feel right,
Yeah.
then you're able to just really stay stuck in the imaginarium of it.
Mhm.
Yep.
So mechanics, not to keep bringing it back, but mechanics and theme are always intertwined.
I agree.
And
Oh yeah, they
whether
are
we like it or
tightly
not.
coupled. Yeah.
Like playing a game with 2 characters, right? If you take my Batman game and you play it, if the 3 of us are playing it and it's Batman, Catwoman, and Robin, then great, right? You're doing your game and you're your character and you're making choices. But if you play it two-handed and I'm playing the game as Batman and Robin, do I really feel like I'm playing am I my character? I'm not, right? I'm playing 2 characters, so my time is split. I can't really get behind what Robin would do or what this character in Gloomhaven would do because I'm playing 2 characters. So would this character really rush in, or am I just doing it because it's going to benefit my other character? Like, it's weird that way. And to your point, if it keeps you engaged, where all of a sudden you wake up at the end going, oh shit, that just happened for 2 hours. Other than like kicking you out of the fantasy, right? Or kicking you out of the inception, and you're like, yeah, I'm just rolling dice and I have this plastic thing that's doing a thing, like whatever.
Have you played either of you, have you ever played Flashpoint by any chance? The fire rescue game?
Yeah. The
No.
pandemic-esque, or older indie boards and cards. Yeah. Yep.
So that game, right? Each one of you is a firefighter going into this place, and you're trying to rescue as many people as you can as the walls start burning down around you and all that. And yeah, I read that comment just a moment ago. That's why I laughed. Wasn't laughing at you, Mike. Sorry.
No, I believe it. I saw Steven poking in there. That's
That's
fine.
how you know it's a great day. I just
That's good.
But so that game for Flashpoint, that is such a great example to me of taking cardboard and dice and with clever use of mechanics, totally getting your brain stuck into the imagination. Because so like my dad, who is a firefighter, I introduced him to this game because he's also not much of a gamer, but I wanted to find the angle that would work for him. And he started playing this game for me, for my benefit, but very quickly he took the lead. He was telling us kind of like what we ought to do, using his firefighter training to kind of inform his decision making. He wasn't engaging with the rule book and figuring out sort of what he could finagle out of it. He was thinking as a person who would be in that environment and what he would do.
Right.
And when he wanted to do something, it turns out, oh, there's a mechanic for that. There's a thing that you can now do. So he was able to take these like logical steps in his mind palace here, and the game was able to facilitate it. So my dad was feeling like, I put a little tiny token down of extra fire, and my dad could feel the heat off of this thing, you know? That's great. What an excellent thing that games can do to us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it evokes stress, which is opposite of why you're going into board games. You're going into board games to like relax and escape and do whatever. And then you're playing a board game and you're sweating and your palms are sweating and you feel anxious. And those games that create that they're doing the right thing.
Catharsis is that true sweet magic that we're chasing after, right?
Well, it helps you like work it out, right? Because a lot of times in real life you're stressed and you don't necessarily get that happy conclusion or even any conclusion, right? Like you just might always be over something. But with the game, it's a focused, productive stress that has a result. So you can feel like it's you've done something. Even if you lost, you still did something. And it kind of, I don't know, it helps you work out some of those emotions, I feel like.
And because of the typically social nature of it, you get to do it with other people. Takes the edge off. Shared experience. Nothing bonds people like shared experience. So
get people to the table. That's why the board gamers, for the most part, and there are exceptions, there are outliers, but board gamers, for the most part, are very polite, nice people, because you're inviting a stranger to a 2-foot table, like 2 feet away from you, to engage in an intimate experience for a predetermined amount of time, 2 hours, 30 minutes, whatever it is. Right. Yeah. Come sit down, come have fun. Like, let's just do a thing together and like move some pieces of paper around and like write some stuff down and move a meeple and roll a die. Like, just come and hang out for a little while, escape whatever the hell you're doing. You're looking for something, come sit down, like come to my table and play.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily in a lot of other things, right?
And not to be another person saying this in a YouTube video or podcast, but in this ever more technological world, these moments are increasingly special. We don't really have a lot of third places in our lives. We don't have a lot of natural opportunities to spend time with other adults. And outside of a working context, and increasingly everybody has to work even when they're not on the clock anymore. Socioeconomic conditions kind of conspire to eliminate these moments from our lives, whether we like it or not. So times when you get to sit down with other people and really be with them, I mean, it's special. And now on top of it, we're gonna go and like slay dragons and forge our destinies. That's great. That's super cool.
Yeah, it's good stuff. For those watching live, I guess, because future people might not get an answer to this. If you have a question for Jordan or Matt, drop it in the chat and we'll get to it. That was longer than I thought.
Sorry.
We tend to talk a lot. It's a KinSoul tradition.
I love it. Any type of conversation around that stuff, whether it's theme or mechanism first, or the board game industry as a hobby, bringing people together. I will talk forever about that shit. So
Seriously.
that was a great conversation. But I know Eric is coming in 20 minutes, hopefully.
Right.
20 minutes. If he's not watching and texting in the show, get your ass on camera. We did do a top 5.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, Steven. See you soon, hopefully. So we did do a top 5, and the topic for today, since we are going to eventually be out in a strange orbit, was top 5 games to bring on vacation. So I'm curious, how did you corral that? Because you can bring anything on vacation, but what did you use for your, I don't know, fence for this one?
So my 2 primary sort of lenses that I looked at this through were, I have taken games on vacation before. Amen. So thinking through the, what's the roster of games I have actually already done this with, and then thinking, yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing with my wife, but on vacation, I'm also going to be trying to get either family members and visiting or strangers to come and like participate, right? So they've got to be games. I'm not going to be bringing Twilight Imperium with me for a number of physical reasons, but also because getting people on board for that random apropos of nothing is probably not great.
Okay.
So my decisions were all informed based on sort of size as sort of a secondary thought, and first and foremost, sort of accessibility, I guess.
Okay. All right.
Matt? For mine, I would say I did the same kind of thing. I think, okay, I bring games with me on trips all the time. So like, what have I brought? And for me, it's the ones that I try to bring a range of games that support various player amounts, right? Because I tend to hang out with a kind of core group, and sometimes there's like 4 of us that are hanging out, and sometimes there's like 10. So it's like I want to bring games that everyone can kind of enjoy or can get involved with, and maybe we can have that moment where we're all around the table, So part of it for me was like how many players can fit in it, and I'd kind of bring some smaller, some larger, but also the sort of depth factor, if you will. I love games that involve a little bit more thinking and a little bit more depth and like some strategy and stuff. But you don't always want to do that when you're just hanging out with a group of friends, right? Like maybe you want some like lighthearted wordplay games, or like a fun card game or something. So I try to again balance it, and I'm like, okay, well, we'll have a couple of the deeper games, but then also a couple of the fun games. So well, they're all fun, but the light fun games.
They're not all.
Yeah, no, they're not all fun. Unfortunately, I wish they were. So that's kind of what I base mine on.
And as a minor addendum, you made me think of, I'd like to add something that courses through my head all the time when trying to introduce people to games, is trying to introduce them to games that I think do a better job of representing games.
Sure.
There's a lot of, especially the light accessible games, that I think are very bad representatives for gaming.
Sure.
And
Agreed.
they're sort of like, I'm not going to name names, but there's these sort of like Target buys that you get, that somebody randomly got for you. And I've received them as presents from people, and I appreciate the sentiment, but the games themselves, I think, are in some cases milquetoast. I don't care either way. In other cases, bad. I don't like them. They're just not good. And I don't want to bring those along just because I know people will hoover them up because they've got some silly art on them or something. I want to play a game that's going to engage with them and be fun.
Yeah.
I don't need to stoop to conquer.
Sure. There are plenty of games, and Target is a good example of what used to be and how it's changing. But Chris and I got into it, not into it, but we got into it about that Kraft macaroni and cheese ketchup, whatever, Jello 3-pack. Right.
Yeah.
And he's like, it doesn't deserve a spot. There are other designers making better
Sorry,
games.
is there a game about this?
It's a 3-pack. Do I still have it? No, I kept it on screen just to piss him off for a while, but it's not. It's a 3-pack. It was on Target shelves. It had it was a plastic ketchup bottle, and that was a dice game. There was a Jello, looked like Jello, and that was another puzzle game or something. And then there was a Kraft macaroni and cheese box, and that was some other kind of game. So it was a 3-pack. It was a cash grab of those kind of products. And to Chris's point, there's no room for it because it's shit. And there are better games being made by other designers, and that's taking up space. There's a better game to be there.
Yep.
And my argument was, yeah, but the Jello game is like a color pattern recognition game that a father or mother could play with their kid while they're trying to develop colors recognition. Like, I'm always trying to look for the good in everything.
Sure. Yeah.
But there is some shit out there that if you play with someone and you're like, this is board games, and they're like, this is absolute shit, they're never going to want to get into board games again. And we become ambassadors for the hobby. Yep. You think board games are Monopoly and Scrabble. Well, let me show you this. And then you get them, and then they're like, wow, this is amazing. I had no idea that this existed. And that could go very bad if you do the wrong thing.
A lot of people new to the hobby make a mistake where they have had their personal epiphany. There are games out there that are not Monopoly and Scrabble, and oh my gosh, you can have so much fun. And so they then turn to their friends who've never thought about it before and go, come play Mansions of Madness with me. You're going to love it. And it's like, they're not going to love it. They could love it.
They could.
However,
it's sort of jumping too far too fast.
When you've just dropped this, like, all this stuff on them at once, like a marshmallow duvet, they're not going to, it's too much. They're like, I thought Catan was a struggle, Now, personally, I think it's a very simplistic game, Catan. But for some people who've never engaged with board games, that's kind of their first step limit. They can't go much higher than that. Mm-hmm. So, you got to read the room. And when you're excited and you're new to it all, you don't want to read the room. You want to play Twilight Imperium because I bought it on sale. And oh my gosh, time.
I was last Sunday. I was on Danielle Reynolds' podcast, talking to her about Batman and how that all came to be, and just on the first Tabletop Submarine dropped their podcast, and I was on theirs talking about my adventure in board games and how it all came to be, and we may have talked about this in person, but my initial Monopoly Scrabble bullshit, right? My neighbor convinced me to go literally to the next house over where they lived and play a game. And I walked into their kitchen and it was that Too Much, Too Fast thing. It was Arkham Horror 2nd edition.
Oh.
And their kitchen table has not only the main board, but Dunwich. And then there's a TV tray at the husband's side of the table. And there's just minis and cards.
The things, yeah.
Right. And on the other side of the kitchen table, the wife had another TV tray with a whole bunch of other stuff. And I'm going, what in the actual fuck? Like, what is this? This looks nothing like Yahtzee. I have no idea what's going on. Yep. But the 3 hours that followed hooked me into this whole thing.
Right.
So I wasn't the ticket to ride. I wasn't that traditional gateway type of experience into the modern board game. I was in the deep end, got pushed hard off a cliff, 30-foot drop into the water. Hope I didn't hit rocks on the way down. And it's been an adventure ever since. So it could go atypically correct for some people.
Right.
But man, you could turn someone off real quick.
I'm willing to bet that the key element here is that the two people that you did this with were good at presenting this game to you.
100%.
Because I think it really comes down to, as the ambassador, this person's turning to you like, I literally do not understand anything in front of me.
Yep.
Please help me. And if you're new, you're likely to not really know how to explain the games to people yet. You get a little impatient, if you would just read the rules or whatever, that turns people off. They feel defensive, and before you know it, they say, I don't want to play games. Ticket to Ride sounds like the most complicated thing I've ever seen in my life. So I think you had good people with you.
Yeah,
100%. They were amazing at what they did. We talked to Chris about it a couple of times. There's there's a game. I can't recall now, and he's on a plane, so I'm sure he's not watching. But there was a game he played, and the teacher of it taught it just to play it because they wanted to play it, and these people were going to sit down and play a game.
Right.
And like a couple turns in, there was a new rule that he didn't teach, and a couple turns in, there was a new scoring thing that he didn't teach. And Chris was like, "This is shit. You're not catering to like a new person that doesn't know what's going on. You just got some warm bodies to sit down and play a game with you because you wanted to play the game." And he got turned off by that game because of the person that was teaching it. And it's unfortunate that happens, but it happens.
Definitely. All right. So to aid in this process, what was your filtering for your top 5? Because we said ours, we don't know yours yet.
Yeah. So I went with who I go on vacation with. I went with usability and I went with size. I wanted to do something that would, if there were, it would all fit together, right? You're not bringing for like you said, Twilight Imperium because of space reasons. But I'm going to bring a bunch of stuff that can fit not only the 2-player, because if it's late night and everyone's going to sleep and someone's staying up, great, I got a good 2-player game that rocks. If there are multiple people around, these could be really good to play with people that are, there's not a lot of rules teach. There's not a lot of icons. There's not a lot of stuff to remember. It's mostly those games that are like 30 seconds. This is what you need to know. You're going to learn a lot by the end of the first round.
Right.
Not a lot of here's the stuff and here's the things and here's what you want to know. And there's these icons, but you're only going to use these icons in these situations. Here's the game. Take your stuff. This is what you're looking at. This is how it plays. Let's play and I'll teach you as we go. And those kind of easy to get into games, because not only are they easy to get into if there are people that you don't know coming to the table, they're easy to get into when you have time to sit down and play. You don't want to reread the rules. You don't want to be like, oh, how did that work again? Or, oh, I haven't played this in a while. They're easy enough to pick up and play for me because I played them before and I understand the rules back and front where I can teach it in under a minute, let's say.
Right.
Makes sense.
Those are good stipulations, I'd say.
Yeah.
I also, and I'm glad my co-hosts are not on the show, and I don't know if they're watching still. I have 9 of them on my list. And throughout this entire year of this season, I have been very close to 5, with a couple just in case there was overlap. But I don't know you two and your game tastes, so I didn't know where this was going to go. And I just wanted to have a couple extra. So
fair enough.
9, but they can make fun of me if they would like.
In that case, I'm just going to go ahead and lead with an honorable mention that didn't make it into my top 5.
Okay. You want to, because in case there's an overlap and you want to adjust?
This one I had to just remove from the running simply for professional courtesy. It's Steep Sears is absolutely one to bring on vacation. The box is this big. And the game is as relaxing as mixing ingredients to make interesting concoctions of tea sounds. So like, that's a great vacation game. You put it out on the breakfast table at the hotel or whatever, and you play over your morning coffee and tea and have a good time and then put it away. It's all good. It's a nice, gentle, but still like fun, engaging experience. So to me, it's a good vacation game, but it doesn't go on this list because I'm being professional.
It's a small enough box where you are putting it like on top of your clothes in your bag.
Easily.
But to your point, it is a beautiful looking game. So when you have that on the table, it is kind of like Undermine and basically your repertoire. It's got that ooh, what's that factor, right? When you walk
by, like pretty.
Yeah. We like colors. We like different styles. We put a lot into our art.
and it shows. It shows that you guys care, right? It's there are games out there that are shite, that don't look good, that you don't really want to stop and learn more about. But man, when you see the color palette or the components of what you have on the table, it's you're doing good stuff.
Thank you. And that's been proven time and time again to us at conventions. Like, so many people have just come up to our table just to look at, like, I saw this from across the whatever and I couldn't tell what this is, but it looks gorgeous. And then it goes into a whole thing.
The pressure to create a coloring book was real, you know, which is revealing about how much people like the artwork, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
That's good, right? You know, you got something good. All right. Matt, you want to start?
Yeah. How do you want to do this? Should I give you all 5, or
I
do you
don't
want to
rank
just
my
do?
stuff. I just throw stuff at the table and wait for it to stick. So you can do, you
Tell
can
us your
go
number one.
if you'd like. I don't do that. I will put up a banner, to my chagrin, with our number 5. But it's, for me, it's just the first one I'm mentioning. It's not the first one. It's not the last one. It's just one I'm going to mention. If you'd like to go in order, feel free. Up to you.
Okay. Well, Jordan, I'm not going to start with number 1. That doesn't build
Oh,
suspense.
sorry. I
Oh,
meant
goodness.
I've misordered it in my mind. I mean, start with the lowest of the 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or
I mean, I love
one
all
that
of
you
these.
think people will steal. If you think
Oh.
I'm going to take one away, and this is what we've been doing on our other top 5s, especially like last week's top 5 Marvel characters. If you think someone's going to take your best one, you might want to lead out of the gate with like, this is one of my favorites. It doesn't have to be your 5th. It doesn't have to be your 1st. You might want to take it away from somebody, but it's up to you.
I don't know. These are kind of interesting choices. Well, we'll see. I'll go in my order that I gave them. I love them all, and they've all 5 of these have been big, popular ones for our group. Whenever they're frequently at the table, so they're all good. But yeah, my number 5, I would have to say, is Splendor.
Good game.
Love it.
I would happily play Splendor when somebody brought it on our vacation.
Sure.
Right,
but
it's
I'll tell you,
to get
it didn't
into.
overlap with mine.
Good.
But that's a good vacation game.
Yeah,
it is,
and you
right?
don't even
It's
have to take it in the box either, right? You can take it out of the box, and it's very compact, and you put it in like.
Yep. Yeah. It's just cards and the chips. That's it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's easy to pack. It's easy to learn. It's pretty straightforward. You get a lot of choices, like as you're playing, a lot of ways you can go with it. But the concept is just collect gems, get more. Just
I like that concept.
Yeah,
it's a good one. I know you might really like that one. Yeah,
it's pretty good. Yeah, I think the hardest thing about that game to understand is the reserving, right? You can reserve a card and take a gold. Your gold can be anything. Even that's kind of simple.
Yeah.
You can only have so many, and then the permanent factor of the cards and the gems but it is very easy, very simple to play.
We just always have a good time with it,
Yeah, it's always been, every time that's played, it's always been good, and it's different, right? Because of the shuffle and the 1, 2, 3 levels of the stuff. It's always different.
Yep, absolutely. I love games with great replayability, like factor to them.
Good pick.
Yeah, thank you.
There's Mr. Dave. How are you, sir? Hope you and Di are good.
We say the same thing. It always ends too quickly. We're like, we're just getting all of our resources. What do you mean? Like,
and it makes you want to do it again. It's one of those games that you're like, I just got going. Like, we got to do that again.
It's almost like a brain hack little deal.
Yeah, right.
Like, you got me so good. Now I just want to do it again.
Yep. All right, we'll go counterclockwise. Jordan, you're up.
All right, so my first, I went pretty simple for the first one. Bananagrams. I gotta be honest.
I mean, hey,
okay,
why not?
A bag of letters. It's very easy to travel with, and it's extremely easy to teach a stranger. You ever seen Scrabble? We're gonna do less than that. It's an easy sell, and you can play it literally over a cup of coffee. It's no big deal. What's up? All right, calm down. Sorry, there's been some attack over here.
Yeah,
oh no, you gained a kitty.
So yeah, Bananagrams. That's my first one. Nothing too deep about it. It's just fun. My wife and I can play 3 or 4 rounds, and then it's time to go do the next thing.
Right. Yeah, it's quick. It's a quick one.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Good pick. Good pick. I don't know where to go with mine. I feel like out of the gate, probably simple. I'm going to go with Rhino Hero.
Rhino Hero.
Rhino Hero.
All right, you're going to have to tell us about that.
I will. Do you know it?
I have not played it, actually.
Oh, wow. All right, good. So here we go. You ready? Do you know Uno?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's stacking Uno.
Oh.
So you have a hand of cards, and your objective is to get rid of your hand of cards.
Sure.
Your hand of cards have reverses and skips and +1s. all
Sure.
Uno, right?
Yeah.
But your cards also have a shaded area in a greater than shape where you have to take cards that are folded as walls, put it in that shape, and then put your card on top as its roof. And the
Oh.
roof that you're putting down is your Uno card. So it's a reverse, it's a skip, it's a +1, it's those things.
Mhm.
And as you build the tower, because it's going up in one building, tower ever falls, there's a rule of who wins. But some of those roofs have a little circle with a Rhino Hero on it, and there's a little Rhino Hero meeple. And if I play that roof and Jordan's next in line, Jordan now has to not only place the roof and knock the tower over, but take the Rhino meeple off the building and put it on the new card.
Ooh.
So we've got Uno Jenga going on here.
Yeah.
Little bit, but you're
Kinda.
building instead of taking away.
Right.
Right.
That's pretty
It-
cool.
They have a newer one, Super Battle, where there's like uneven walls and there's monkeys you got to hang off the roofs and stuff, and it elevates it and it makes it different. But base game Rhino Hero, so easy to teach, not only new people. It's got a table presence that if you don't know what the fuck is going on, you're like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And just like Bananagrams, where you're like, it's Scrabble less. It's if you know Uno, it's so easy to play.
Mhm.
Perfect.
I like that a lot. I'm gonna have to
Yeah, I'm gonna
look
look
into
that.
that.
I'm actually gonna pull it up on a tab here for
Oh,
myself.
it's a must. It's a must. And you don't even need the box, right? It's basically a deck of roof cards and a deck of wall cards. And the walls, they're cards that are folded, and people feel bad, like, because you want to crease it in order to make sure it's like staying a little better as a wall. But
Right.
the game's awesome. So yeah,
Nice.
Rhino Hero. I'll go with my number 5 is Rhino Hero.
This looks cool. Also,
Really?
not the art style I anticipated.
Oh, here, I'll bring it up. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So if you look at the top card there, that was the roof, in that little
Yeah.
corner with the silver, that's the symbol. That's basically your Uno symbol that you're playing.
Mhm.
Right.
So that'll have your reverse symbol, your +1 symbol, your skip symbol, whatever. So if Jordan had dropped that, I don't know if you can zoom in a little bit, but if Jordan had dropped that top roof card and say Matt was next, if you look at the roof card, you'll see that little greater than symbol. It's like a little a shadow of a greater than symbol.
Yeah.
So that's where you, Matt, would have to place a wall, and the walls are the creased cards, and you have to place it in that direction, like it's got to shadow that thing.
I can
then
see
you
it on the other one there with the Rhino. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Very
And then
cool.
if it has the little Rhino Hero circle on it, you got to physically remove the Rhino Hero from the building and then put it on the new level. So you're poking at the building, it could fall over. It's pretty cool.
I saw this getting played at QSCon this past year.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I saw somebody playing it, and I was just like, "Oh wow, what is that?" And they had a really big tower going, and it all collapsed. And that was the moment I walked by, is when it collapsed, and I was like, "Oh."
Now you're just making me more jealous that I was sick during
I
this year's
know.
QSCon. You know.
I know. I wish you could
Such
have
a
gone.
bummer. Been
Next
waiting
year.
all year.
Next year, I already
Next year.
know what's going on next year. I haven't announced it yet, but I'll let you guys know.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Oh, we'll be there.
That's not Rhino Hero. Okay.
They have a giant version of this too, like a big cards. And typically you play off the table because it can get pretty big, but the game's great.
I like that this is also like, I could play this with my niece.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
she's little, but she could get this.
Yeah. And it comes down to the instruction are the symbols, right? If you know Uno, this game's a breeze to get through. But if you don't, the reverse is a reverse symbol. The skip is a skip. Like the icons are very simple to get into. So you can really teach it to gamers and strangers and young and old. It's a very versatile game.
Awesome. Good choice.
Cool. I am now aware that my wife has gone to bed because the cats have arrived.
Nice.
They
Looking
found
for
you.
interesting things to happen. Hello.
Jeez.
Oh.
I have one cat on my lap, and this one here is bugging the one on my lap, so I'm trying to keep them separate-ish.
That's what happens when I sit on the couch. Both my cats like want me at the same place, both on my lap, and they'll battle over it. It's
All right.
Oh,
second-
love letter.
second-
I
what's our
love
second
love letter.
one?
I love
Yeah,
love
Steven, you said earlier you heard Katia was crying. You putting point salad on that list. She's not going to be happy about that one. That's for sure. All right, number 4, Matt. Right back around to you.
Okay, so my number 4 is one that my friend group often requests that we bring, and my partner in particular is ungodly good at, because he adds this whole other element to it of well, bad medicine.
Aha.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Jordan, you know why. The game is all about making a drug, right? You are a drug company and you are creating a drug to solve some problem, but it's making fun of it, right? It's a parody. So like you get all these pieces of words and make really crazy sounding, drug names that are
Mhm.
can't even pronounce them. That they'll have different like side effects to them that can like help with different things, but they also will have a negative side effect. And then you're supposed to like pitch it, right? So one person creates you're on a team with two people each.
Let's emphasize pharmaceutical drugs.
Pharmaceutical drugs, yes. Yeah,
That's
thank
good.
you.
Yep.
Thank you. And yeah,
Meth Lab, the board game.
well, I mean, might as well be. Yeah, so you have one person that'll blindly make all of the like decisions for like the drug name and side effects and all that kind of stuff. And then the other person receives those cards not knowing what was put together, and then they have to like pitch the drug, like you see those commercials on TV or whatever. You kind of got to like pitch the drug, and they sort of reveal everything, right? Thank you, Steve. It's fun. But my partner decided that it was important to really emphasize that pitching element, and so now when we play the game, we will always have that kind of generic commercial music in the background, and we'll actually like cue it up and be like, all right, and action, and then we've elaborated it into like we're actually giving a commercial. So we'll say all those terrible things and be, like, are you looking for something to help with your chronic migraines? Not this drug.
Right.
It just becomes this hysterical like presentation game, and because of that, like we play it very often. It's so much
That's
fun.
great.
And it comes in a small box again, easy to travel. It's just a
Very
bunch
easy
of
to
cards.
travel with.
Just a bunch of cards, really. So
There's a game, if you like that, that I need to show you, that's thematically in the future, there are no humans left on the planet. And we are all experts, alien experts in human condition. So Matt might be the expert in human music, and Jordan might be the expert in human religion, and I might be the expert in human food. And then someone has found an artifact in a location, and that person gets to take these 2 cards with 4 items on it and make an artifact, whatever the artifact could be. And then another card tells you where it was found, in the kitchen, in a safe, and whatever. And then in that style, since you would be the expert in all things in your category, what you say is true. We believe it to be true. So we can't tell you you're wrong. We can't argue with you, right? What you say about it being this is true. And then you're supposed to sell us on what this artifact is based on your expertise. And we go around and points are given out, but it's got that very snake oil, that very bad medicine kind of feel.
That sounds great.
You're leaning into it. It's real. I'll bring it next time you guys are coming down to Tuesday. I'll bring it. I just got a copy of PaxU from the designers.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah.
It's called, and look for it. It's called Aloha Earth. I don't necessarily know where it's going to be yet, because it's still kind of in a weird thing that I can't talk about. But it's really fun, and I need to play it more with more people. So
yeah, that sounds right up our alley for sure.
It's really great. It's really great.
Nice.
It is definitely not more fun than 5 old fashions. Especially if those old fashions are the smoked kind from the Queen and Rook that I mentioned earlier, because Edward makes the best smoked old fashioned I have ever had in my life. Although Aloha Earth is great, old fashions are better. All right, Jordan, number 4. Bad medicine's great. And if you hadn't played Snake Oil, I know I just threw.
I have played that, yeah.
Snake Oil, same kind of thing. Oh, after 5 Old Fashions.
Oh, app. There it is. This makes sense.
Yeah, that makes way more sense. I mean, most things are much more fun after 5 Old.
Many, yeah.
Jordan, number 4.
So my number 4, I promise I'll have some more interesting ones in a minute, but I was thinking very seriously, like I was about to head out the door with these games today. And it was Go. Go is my second.
Oh, yeah.
Go?
Yeah.
Like, that's got a big board, though, doesn't it? Like, you're traveling with a big... You don't want to take Twilight Imperium, but you're going to take a big, heavy...
I guess I'm fortunate enough. My board is folds really well, so it's designed to be played either on its smallest section or even on its fully folded out form. So you can play on a larger or smaller board. I like to play on the smaller board personally because a game of Go to me is more fun if I can do it a couple of times with somebody. It's almost sort of like a conversation, and one game is a bit more of a battle. So anyway, Go, at least my edition of Go, is easier to travel with and simple. And in fact, actually, I'm going to step back there for a moment.
Uh-oh.
I played Go on vacation when I visited Halifax, Nova Scotia, before I ever knew I was going to live here.
Mm-hmm.
Before I had ever even met my wife, my brother and I came up here on a big road trip, and we went up to Cape Breton, the very northern tip of Nova Scotia, and I wanted to play Go with him really bad, but I didn't bring any games with me. So I took a sheet of paper. Actually, I took a piece of cardboard from our car and put a sheet of paper on it, and I drew a grid. And we went down to the beach that we were camping on, and we grabbed a whole bunch of, there were dark, like bluish stones all over the beach. And then there was these like really cool sort of red, dusty red colored ones.
That's cool.
I picked up as many as I could that were as uniform as possible. And we played Go because all you need is a grid and a bunch of stones.
Right.
And it was great. So in fairness, Go is the kind of game, if you know the rules in your head, you can play it really anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But that was a very special case.
How
Still
old
have
were
those
you?
rocks somewhere.
I love that.
How old are you when you were doing that?
How old was I? I was 24 at that time.
Oh, okay. This wasn't like little Jordan.
No, not little Jordan. Little Jordan, I used to be one of those kids. I called them bored games, because you're bored.
You're bored.
Yeah. So it was around like 16 that I became interested in design. That was how I got into board games.
Okay.
Was designing them first for some reason. I just like skipped a big step. Like, should I play them before you design them? But yeah, so yeah, 24 was when I was really in my Go phase, I'd say.
Nice.
That's cool. All right, where am I going? Get it? I think I'm gonna go with silver and gold, because you're talking about the beach and you're basically hunting for stuff. So silver. Have you played silver and gold?
You're introducing me to new things.
Matt, nothing?
Actually, no, I haven't.
Great. So silver and gold a few years ago when I went to my first gathering, it's the game I played the most of. It was somebody else's homebrew. It was like a photocopied version of it because it was a German copy that wasn't available yet. Stronghold Games, I believe, puts it out now. It's a flip and write. There are 8 cards, each with a different polyomino on it. Some are doubles. There's 2 of one. There's singles of others. And every round, you play 4 rounds. You're going to flip 7 of them over. Oh, I can do this while you're doing that, I guess.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm just taking a look here.
No, it's good.
Yeah, I was just looking too.
Yeah. So up there in the upper left of that picture that you had on there, you'll see a polyomino shape that's kind of flipped over. Everyone has 2 treasure maps in front of them, and you are tasked with drawing that shape on your map. You can also choose to just do 1 box instead of the polyomino, but it's less than ideal. So typically you're just drawing polyominoes on your treasure map, trying to complete all the boxes on your treasure map. And if you do, you get points and you get a new treasure map. And then as you're playing, you might cover up some coins or palm trees or free up other spaces that trigger like cascade into other things.
I almost played this at QSCon actually because we my friends and I had grabbed a couple games to try out one night, and
Yeah.
it was in our collection, but we didn't get to it that night.
It's great. It's super easy to play. Like, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to you can basically teach the game out of the gate from round one. So here, take like 2 of those maps on the bottom, right? And you see some X's and you see some coins. I'm going to flip over that polyomino on the top, and it's that T, right?
Mhm.
You need to cross off boxes in that shape on one of your 2 maps. And as you do, you might put a cross on a red cross, which is a free space somewhere. If you put it over a coin, you found that coin. But you're trying to complete that map. And if you do, you get the points that are in the upper left. We play through 7 of the 8, and we'll do 4 rounds of that. And whoever has the most points wins. Very simple, very easy to get into. It's very, very play again. I could do better. Play again. I can do better. Simple deck of cards, couple dry erase markers. The only thing the game is missing is a first player marker that should go around as people, because that'll break ties. If 2 people complete the same treasure map at the same time, first player gets first pick. But other than that, the game is for all intents and purposes, just it sings from start to finish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
see?
I love that.
I really like its simplicity.
Mm-hmm.
It's so great.
It's like a slimmed down version. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it comes to me every Tuesday. When I go to QSCon Tuesday, it's in my bag every Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see why. It makes me think of like a very simplified, like slimmed down version of Isle of Cats.
Sure, trying to figure it out on your boat.
Because those are the same shapes. You're trying to get them on your boat and like cover the spaces and get as much covered as you can and everything.
Oh, I missed this one too. Huh.
Snake oil and print. Ah, okay.
And yes, Corey's got a hell of a point here. Those dry erase markers are bonkers good.
Are they good ones? Nice.
Oh, God. Some of the best I've ever played with.
That's important if you're going to want them in a game, like.
Yeah, you might be able to get them. There's got to be a place where you can get them, but you can just. I remember Target used to have this in stock, and they would put it on sale every now and then for like $7 or $8.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just buy out my local store and just give them as gifts or prizes or something, because it's that type of game that can get a non-gamer into gaming because it's so simple and it's got stuff that people know. It's very approachable. It's a good game.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna want to play that at some point.
Cool. All right, Matt, we're going over to your number 3.
All right, so here I'm breaking a little bit from the size kind of theme that we've had going on this whole time. This one's a little bigger. You have to break the whole box. But because of the sheer amount of possible endings and ways that this game can go, it's always a great time. It's always, different. And the theme of it is just something my friends and I really enjoy. So I bring it with me all the time. Betrayal of House on the Hill.
No, that's what I thought with the endings and everything you were saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. It's refreshing to play it. Like you sit down, you know exactly what you have to do. Explore the house, right? And it doesn't matter what's happening. You're going to get random events and stuff all the time, but what you're doing is very simple. I need to explore this house. And, then stuff just gets way out of hand and you never know what's going to happen at the end. And it's proven to create a lot of very fun memories for our group. So we play that one often.
Despite all of its pieces and everything, it actually isn't that long of a play either.
No, it goes fairly quick. Yeah.
Good night, Steven. Hope to see you soon, man. Let me know where you're going to be.
Take care.
When I'm going to see you next. Obviously not in Syracuse unless you decide to come up here, which you should, because there's good people up here.
But we're biased though, right? Like,
no, not biased at all.
And I'm talking like, this is the original version here. They did a second edition print, and then there's also like the legacy version, which I happen to love. That's my favorite. And what's the new one? Why can't I think of the name of the game?
The Baldur's Gate one, and
Baldur's Gate. That one.
There's a Scooby-Doo one too.
Oh, I didn't know about the Scooby-Doo one.
Yeah. For people, there was a BGG file that was a downloadable for this because it's got Scooby-Doo written all over it.
It does.
Someone had made a Scooby-Doo kind of like print and play for it, like the
Mhm.
character sheets, and now they have a Scooby-Doo version of it.
That's amazing. I'm gonna have to find that. But yeah, it's very simple, you know, it's just a bunch of tiles you lay out and you just I like that you discover it and the house is built different every time. Keeps it fresh. Like you know what's in the deck, but you don't know what you're getting kind of thing.
Right.
Oh, look at man, is that
These
mansions?
people were very neat in their explorations.
Well, that's mansions.
Yeah, that looks like mansions.
Oh, okay, that explains that. I
Oh
was a
yeah,
little
look at the
confused there.
brains and
Yeah,
the
as soon as you see
oh,
that,
yeah.
I'm like, that's a Cthulhu game. Like
Yeah,
go to
yeah,
go to
yeah.
Board Game Geek so you don't get the Google. But yeah, the only thing with and it's very easily subvented. If you're playing this with non-gamers, very easy to get into, right? Go somewhere, do a thing, and then you're gonna roll some dice, and if the dice equal this thing, something's gonna happen.
Yep.
The fun factor of that is when the betrayal happens, right? Because
Mhm.
you don't know it's cooperative until it isn't.
Yep.
But if you have that person that doesn't, if it's a new gamer and they don't know what they're doing, and that person has to go into a room and read a book and figure out some stuff, well, just let the person that knows what's going on become the betrayal. Let
Yeah.
everything be fun. Let everyone have their fun. And then when the betrayal happens, let that be a moment. But then someone's going to be the betrayer. And as long as they
Mhm.
don't know the story, it should balance itself out where at least everyone's still having that fun without those
Yes.
feel bad moments of I don't know what I'm doing kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've done that too. Like there have been times we brought new people in to try it out that didn't really know what's going on or anything. And
Right.
yeah, they of course they got the traitor and we were like, okay, well,
What
Right.
am I
why don't
looking
you
at
stay with the
here?
team?
Is this the first edition box?
I've never seen that one.
Yeah, that's the first. Then they did a second edition
Which is
in the green. Then they did
yeah.
another edition in the green, or there
Oh,
was
they did another edition in the was it, or was that a expansion, the orange one?
the
That was an expansion, I think.
I want to say Widow's Peak, but it's not Widow's Peak. It's
I know
Widow's.
what you're trying to yeah, that one.
Widow's Watch by any chance?
That'll work. Widow's Peak is something different. Yep.
Because a Widow's Watch, well, yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Anyway. But okay, yeah, I hadn't seen that first box before.
Yeah,
I
it's
keep
great.
trying to stress to people, like, I want to know how to make these miniatures. I mean, they're kind of busted looking, but I like them.
Avalon Hill pre-painted. Yep. Yeah, Betrayal is super fun. Did you
Mhm.
play in any of the ones that Permafrost did at QsCon?
I did not know.
She set up the room that was on the front end of the like where the hotel registration is, that room that I had up there for RPGs and the trivia and everything.
Sure.
She had the lights off. She did this like
I had no
candle.
idea.
Oh yeah, like she leaned into the theme of like when you walked in and you were going into this like haunted kind of mansion. She did it up. It was really good.
I would have been all over that.
Next
Okay. If
next
she's doing it again, let me know. I'm going.
year. All right, I'll let her know. Yeah, great game, great pick. Definitely easily approachable.
Yeah.
For new gamers as well as gamers that have played it before and having that fun of that experience, right? That roll when it comes up and you know you're screwed, but it comes up and you just happen to squeak by it.
Yeah.
Like it's really those fun moments are cool too. So a little bit of luck, right, with the dice, but
A little bit.
yeah,
But it doesn't screw you right away. It gives you a little bit of time.
it could.
That
It
tension
could screw you
builds.
real early. You could
It
roll
can do
really.
it really early, but I think you physically can't achieve what they want with the first or second omen. I think it has to come out towards the third.
Sure.
Like around then, like mathematically, right? Like by the time you get to the second or third, it's like, okay, maybe.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
every omen you draw after that, it gets like,
Oh, yeah.
okay, it's happening, it's happening. And our favorite thing was like, oh, the traitor that comes out is based on the object that you find and the room that it's found in.
Yep.
And so a lot of times we'll be like, oh, it's I forget some of the items, but it's the dagger in the kitchen or something, right? And it's like, have we done that one before? And then it's like, no, we haven't. What could it be? And we start like trying to like theorize what it could be before we go to the book.
Yep.
It's fun. I really enjoyed this one.
Hey, Dirk. Good to see you. Great to see you this weekend. Hope travel back was smooth. Yeah, Betrayal, good pick. All right, Jordan, throw us something that's Easily transportable.
Uh-oh. My third one isn't easily transportable.
Yeah,
Well,
perfect. Okay.
it's not bad.
Does it fit in a car?
It fits in my backpack.
Oh,
Oh, well, that's
Does
fine.
that. And I know so because it's the same size as Undermine, and Undermine fits in my backpack. It's my third game is one that I wanted to sort of embody vacation to some degree. But I also wanted it to be more of like a slightly meatier game, so it's a good ambassador for people who are exploring new types of games. So I chose Tokaido as my third.
Oh, I love
Wow.
Tokaido.
About as chill of a Japanese vacation, and that's great. What a
You
chill
really
way
can like zen out more at a game, like you were talking before, right? With like, oh, the board games kind of bring this like stress element or whatever.
Mm.
Tokaido can't even like.
The
You're just so
biggest
relaxed.
stress, the
Mm.
largest stress that you can get in Tokaido is, I wanted to be there.
Right. I wanted to complete that scene first.
I guess I'm going to
right?
go to the hot springs instead.
Oh,
It's like,
yeah.
it's first world problems to game. I mean, it's great.
And it's gorgeous. I mean, the
Beautiful.
artwork on it is stunning.
Top
Very
notch.
And oh, there's a soundtrack for it too. Did you know that?
I did not know that. That's
There is.
fantastic.
Of course, Eric found it, and we
Yeah,
played it that way, and oh, it's beautiful.
So nothing more to it besides that. Just easy to teach.
Yep.
My parents love this game, and they're not gamers. So it's easy to teach, relatively on for games of its size. It's pretty easy to move around, and not that long either.
Mhm.
So that's my third pick there.
It's a good one for sure.
Yeah, I love it.
I don't know where to go with this one now.
I would say, what new game are you introducing us to this time?
Yeah, now I feel like I just need to tell you a game you don't know, and this is about like games that Jordan and Matt should play.
We can make that another discussion. Then,
Man,
Is this the original board?
I think so.
Because that's a very small Tokaido.
Yeah,
There.
that's the original. The other one. So it's funny. We talk. If you know Jason, you might have met Jason at yeah. That's the newer one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They changed the box cover to that, and sales went down.
Really?
That idea of this big white box breaking up all the bullshit that's up on a shelf with this beautiful art entice people to come over and touch it and like, whoa, what is that? And then they put this big thing on it, and Jason noticed that sales of that game, although it was usually very high, when they changed the cover of it, it actually dropped.
Wow.
That's very interesting.
Because the first one that you looked at when you brought it up, like the art's bringing you over, right? It's got a very small, you don't see the name, you see this art, and you're like, oh,
yeah,
I want to see the pretty stuff.
Yeah,
and then
this is much more visually pleasing.
Things to it, it's just it created a different feel too. Yeah.
Yep. Interesting. Well,
Yep.
both are beautiful. I love them both.
They are.
When you think about it on a shelf, right? Of trying, you're vying for shelf space, right? Yeah. And you have all those pretty art and a lot of color and full box art and everything. And as your eye is scanning, there's this negative space with this really cool thing that you can then focus in on. You're like, "Ooh, that looks really pretty."
Yeah.
Does this sound familiar, Jordan?
That it does.
That was our conversation with how we wanted the Undermine box to look.
Right, and you got the white box with the nice art that's drawing your eyes in. Yep. Smart.
Because you're right. It works. It really does.
And actually, a little shout out, Jason was quite instrumental in sort of the final decision making on what the box ought to end up looking like. His advice was helpful there.
Yeah, Jason played Undermine a couple times, right?
That he did.
Yeah.
Jason and his wife, they came down to Ithaca for the party.
They did. That's right.
That's right.
That was really kind of them. Very, very appreciative. So yeah, nothing but support from them. Been fantastic.
Yeah, last time I saw Jason, he was so excited about it. He's like, I just want Undermine to come out. I can't wait to get it.
That's the feel from, I know bias, right? But that's the feel from everyone I know that have played that game on a Tuesday. Is very excited about it because it's just, it's pretty solid.
That makes me very, very happy.
Your release party was on a Tuesday, if I remember right.
Or was it a? No, we launched
It was Wednesday.
on Tuesday, and then it was the day after. Yeah,
It was Wednesday.
It was
I thought it was
Wednesday.
Okay.
Because I
You went to QSCon that Tuesday.
Because I went to Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the party was the next night because
Got it.
got a little silly, got a little drinkus on that evening, which
That's
I can't do when I'm in Syracuse because then I have an hour 15-minute drive ahead of me.
Right. Little different, yeah.
So what's your third? What's your third game?
I'm going to. All right, so it's my number one overall because it is another one of those games that's constantly in my bag. But we are talking about the negative space of the box. We are talking about the art. We are talking about that appeal of color. So I'm gonna bring in, because I try and connect things.
Sure.
I'm gonna bring in colorful.
You mentioned that before. Yeah.
Often.
I feel like I've
introduced.
I feel like I've seen this.
We play it on the show often. There are 15 colors. Everyone has the same 15 colors. And you'll shuffle out 5. So it's random every round.
Oh, yeah.
And then whoever's turn it is will flip a card, and the card will have a topic on it. And if it's the first person, you do the number 1, and you go around the table. And the topic will have, you zoom in on any one of those. The topic will have something, right? Something on theme. That's your theme for the thing. So the first one I saw there was 1910s. Great. So Jordan's turn. Current location, local food, American food. What current location? Local food. Oh, where you are, local food.
Like where you are, yeah.
Yeah. So that will be your topic. And then based on the 10 cards that we have, and full disclosure, when we play it on the show and when I play it in person, I play it differently because I play it for the fun, and I think the game should last and keep that fun going. There is a point system when you play, and if it fails, you still get points in a way. But
right,
the way we play it, your topic will be current location, local food, and your objective then as our lead is to give us a clue. Doesn't have to be one word, but give us a clue without mentioning a specific color that's in our hand. So if the topic were citrus, you wouldn't be able to say orange if orange was in our hand. That will get us to all put the same color from our hand face down. And then it'll be Matt's turn. And Matt's turn, the topic will be 1910s or breakfast, let's say. Or no, it would be round 2. So it would be a different card. And let's say Matt's is lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Matt's objective is to give us a clue that'll get us all to. Now we have 9 cards in our hand. To take a card from our hand and put it face down based on a clue. And you go around until everyone does it once. And then we start flipping them over. And if we all match, we win. You want to get everyone to put the same color down in order. So collectively, right? The way the game plays is if it isn't correct, you get points for how many you did get correct. Like, there are rules and points to the game. I think it's just fun where you play through it, you try and get all of them together, and if not, let's do it again. Super small box. Like, I have it up here. I have multiple copies of it because it's worth getting. But, like, if this is my drink, my Scotch drink, like, this is
nice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's a very compact game. This is my phone. Like, it's just a very small kind of box that literally fits in your pocket, easily to take with you, easy to get people to play. No,
that looks really good. Is one of them mine?
This is cool.
No, all 3 of these are sealed, and I bought them recently, and then my other one is in my to-go bag that's going to QSCon Tuesday tomorrow, actually. The game is great. The game is super fun, replayable. Everyone's got their own set of cards. It plays 6. You can add 2 and play 12. Like, it's just a great game.
Wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's pretty cool.
Super fun.
Yeah, good. That's a good one. I like it.
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
They're all good. I won't lead you astray. I promise.
All right,
So yeah,
Matt.
colorful.
I
All right,
bet.
I gotta change the banner. Sorry. So
So
Jordan,
we like
Yep.
our colors.
Matt, you're next.
Yeah. Oh yes. For number 2. Well, 2. So yeah, my next one. So what I have next is code names,
Oh,
and same kind of thing we've been saying for a lot of it. It's small, travels pretty easily. It's easy to teach people, right? Uh, but we have had a lot of explosively funny moments based on that game, where
Yeah.
you're giving a clue, a one-word clue, right? And you're trying to get people to pick as many of the right words on the table as they possibly can that relate to that clue, but you got like no information. And two of my friends in particular, who are generally always very like in sync and riding that same wave, they were like, "Yeah, we'll be on a team together because we got this." It could
They
not have
don't
been
got this.
further from the truth. Oh, it was the funniest thing. Not only watching them like completely miss each other's cues, but then the reactions on top of that of like, why would you think of that when we have this? Or, like
yeah,
it was so funny. And now they physically cannot be on the same team ever again. Like we
that's
just
great.
we don't allow it because it got heated. But it was a lot of fun, and again, random. There's a lot of random in there, a lot of replayability. And it's just a good time. It's easy, light. Why not?
Very strategic too, because the clues you're giving could give the other team a wicked advantage if it
Yep.
doesn't go well, right?
Yeah, you
Yes.
got to consider yours and the other teams. And there's also the hidden assassin square
Yep.
that always somehow relates to most of your cards. I don't know how. It just
Yeah.
always does.
Magic.
And yeah,
Or better yet, it completely has nothing to do with them, and you go, "Great, I don't have to worry about it." And
and
you
then they
watch
pick
as
it.
your friend goes over all the things that are
Uh,
correct and goes, "No, it couldn't possibly be any of these." But what about this random thing?
And that's the
yeah,
one every time.
yeah, every time. Oh, talk about like the tension. It's like, oh, stop. And you can't say
Right.
anything, as the clue giver, you're like,
Yep. No clue.
it's
My
a fun time.
last few games are ones that I have personally here, so I'm just gonna go grab them from my shelf real quick, and I'll be back in 2
All right,
seconds.
you do that. I notice, and I don't know. I apologize if Eric has been sitting in the green room for too long. The way the bottom of my screen is, there are 5 magic windows for all of us, and 2 of them are Jordan's strange orbit that are playing around. And I just noticed, I don't know, the top of his forehead in the lower left corner is just a little bit, and I'm like, oh no, Eric is there. So Eric, I apologize if you had been sitting there for too long, but I just noticed you were there. I don't know when you popped in. Hopefully it wasn't long at all, but thanks for jumping on.
Oh,
And you're on mute.
you're
Or not
muted.
on mute, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, can't hear you.
Yes. No, we can't hear you.
How about that?
Yes, there you go.
Okay, sweet.
Hello.
Yes, I got out of work at 10:30, so here I am.
Nice.
Yay.
How long have you been waiting? Hopefully not long.
Not too long, about 20 minutes, but it was nice hearing everyone's top 5 games. Some of them are in my list as well.
Oh, good. So why don't we catch up? So for those that we were talking about Eric earlier. Eric is part of KinSoul. Eric, if you want to introduce yourself and what you do and all that stuff, let's catch people up.
Sure. I can't say too much more than what Jordan and Matt have said already, but I'm part of KinSoul. I'm one of the 4 core members that have been there since Alchemia, and I was there when Jordan joined us during the production of Steep Seers, and from there it became kind of a conglomeration of kind of getting all these games together, plus figuring out like all the new things that were coming in at that time.
Cool. And you have been watching our top 5, I assume, yes?
Yes.
So we just did Matt's number 2.
Okay.
But you have a list of your own?
Well, I made it up in the last half an hour, so I don't have a lot to explain for all of them, but I do have a list that was kind of mishmashed.
All right, let's go back to your.
Oh, I
This is
did
going to
it.
be focused straight on you, so we can criticize every one of your choices. So, what would be a fifth one on your list?
All right. So number 5 is Mysterium.
Oh wow!
Oh, Eric, I
Mhm.
hate you.
Yeah,
That was my number 1.
There you go. Yeah.
I
number
love that
5
game
is
so much.
Mysterium. I'm not going to give too much information because I'm going to let Matt go into like more in-depth information, and it is number 1 if that's the case.
But it
So
is a favorite. It is a favorite.
I'll just go right to number 4 then. Number 4 is 6 Nimmt.
Oh wow! Okay, good.
I almost said that.
Probably the most simple game that you could possibly imagine for any kind of board game, gathering or night, but it just works in every possible way, and like kind of drawing together a crowd,
What
being
is
a
it
crowd
called?
pleaser. 6 Nimmt.
It's how do you spell that?
Nimmt.
Okay, that's what I thought.
You're looking it up. I think you can't get much better than Do You Know Scrabble? We're gonna do less. I think that was really well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is. That's it.
I've played this with you, and I can't remember its name. This is a great game. This is a great choice.
Yeah, it's a great game. Like I said, it's the most simple game you could possibly imagine, where it's just cards that are numbered, and it's pretty much just trying to be the last one, like not to put a card down in a sequence of 5 that are already there, and they like a numbered sequence.
Yeah, so you're
I
building
see
the
there's some
numbers up,
varieties.
and if you have to take cards, it's like a trick taking game in a way.
Yeah, like
like
a reverse trick taking game, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
You don't want to be the one to take any tricks.
I've not seen that version.
Yeah, I don't know that one either.
Apparently it's the Russian version, so we're all
Nice.
not Russian, I guess.
Well, yeah, take
Yeah,
5. I've heard it called that too.
Very compact, right? Deck of cards, easy to put in your pocket, easy to
Just
take
a
on
deck of
vacation.
Yeah, it's about the same size as like a Uno deck, so it'll fit into any bag. Perfect for any size gathering. I think it plays up to 10. Yep, 2 to 10.
Very
Nice.
cool.
Good one.
That's a great selection.
Yep. All right, and then what would be third on your list?
Number 3 was already talked about. Number 3 is Takedo.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Same wavelength.
Yep.
I feel you. I mean, you're the one who introduced Hokkaido to me.
Oh,
so
wonderful.
You take the credit for this.
Yeah, I love games where you can be strategic, but at the same time kind of feel like relaxed and zen at the same time, which I guess is kind of like the inspiration for Steep Sears as well, where it's like, well, you can be kind of in the spirit of it and just kind of be like relaxed, but well, there's also a part where you can be strategic as well.
Right.
We definitely mastered that.
Of a game like Holding On, where you actually feel stressed that your nurses are stressed out. I don't know if you've played Holding On.
I have not.
Holding On is it's a discovery game where you are nurses on a floor, and you get this patient, and you have no idea anything about the patient. So you're trying to gather information and memories from this patient to try and figure out like who their next of kin is, who you have to contact. And one of the coolest, although sad, mechanisms in the game is this little ring that you put around the meeple, and it acts as the stress of that nurse. And if there's 2 on there, they need to take a break. They need to go home and relax because they're too stressed out. So you actually feel stress when you're trying to figure out who to use on this floor for this thing, for this action, because it could really physically stress them out, where they need to take a break because it's so much going on. Where like Takedo was just like, there's no stress. Like, we're just kind of, the dynamic in those games is amazing.
It's funny. There's like the same design principle being applied in 2 wildly different emotional places. I like that.
Yep. That's cool. Yeah, Takedo's a good one too. All right, so why don't we go then with your number 2, since Matt just went?
All right, my number two is Spirit Island.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
So
very
Spirit Island
light.
is my like bigger box game, and
I was gonna
Spirit
say it's a
Island I
very light,
love
easy-
because
Easy game.
It's a big one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a big box game with all the expansions. There's so many different routes that you can take and so many different ways that you could influence the island and use your powers. There's a lot there for everyone, I think, as far as like a strategic, like bigger box strategic game goes.
It's a good
Love
pick.
all these pieces. They look great.
What Jeff have to give you to put that on the list?
Well, it's a good thing that Jeff loves it too, because
Yeah.
it plays. I think it's one of those kind of bigger box games that plays great at 2 players, but also plays great at 4 or 6 if you have all the expansions to it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
you-
I've only gotten to play it once. Did I play it once with you guys so far? or
I think,
just
yeah, I
twice?
think you played it once.
Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Good
Did
one.
did you back this? Is that how you first came across it?
I didn't back the original, but I backed all the expansions that they
I see.
released.
Mhm.
Because I think when we all met up earlier, like last spring, I think you were beginning to look at this game, like beginning to bring it out when I
Yeah.
had to leave.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it looks really cool. It looks like a lot of fun.
You pick up the lighter one that's at mass market now.
I have not gotten the lighter one yet, but I've heard that it's pretty decent as well.
It's got some of the worst cover art I think I've ever seen. But Spirit Island is a great game, so I hope its gameplay is equally as good. The cover is not equally as good, but
Yeah, the art is kind of a hit or miss in some areas, but as far as like mechanics and theme goes, I think it blends really well.
Do you happen to know if it has a specific tagline?
The new
Trying to see
one,
this- Trying to see this bad art.
I'm looking at what you're seeing here.
Feather
it's not
and Flame is
Not
the
First
newest.
Spirit Island or something.
I don't see it in that list that you're.
oh, yes, that's it. Yep, Horizon Spirit Island.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. Like if you zoom into the left side by the forest with the boat and everything, it's just like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
hell?
Oh. Oh.
Whoa. That guy's glitching.
Yeah.
He's-
Right.
He's lagging. He needs a better Wi-Fi connection.
Yeah,
I like those trees though.
I mean, yeah, the trees are fun.
with the eyes in them.
Yeah,
This is a good sketch that should
Sure.
be elaborated upon.
This is what I'm thinking. Make it better. Yep.
Mhm. I'm glad the inside is up to snuff. You know.
Sure.
Oh yeah, all the pieces look great. This is good.
Yep.
Cool stuff. All right.
Spirit Island, good. All right, Jordan. We'll jump back into the cycle.
So my
Rhino
second
Hero,
one,
number 2.
my second is a uncontroversial choice, which is I like it because A, it's very easy to carry around. B, it's a really good 2-player, and at the drop of a hat, it can become a 4-player without any issue. That's Star Realms,
Oh,
the
nice,
Frontiers version.
nice.
I don't need to be the 12 billionth person to explain what Star Realms is. It's great. Good card game. Feels different every time. And it's really fun to see how people put their fleets together and everything. Kind of says it's like a little bit of a personality quiz almost.
Yep.
And my
Yeah.
wife beats me at it every single time, unfortunately.
At least you know what you're getting into, right?
I do.
Yeah,
So if
think
I want to see her do a victory dance, I just pull out Star Realms because she's already won because I brought it out.
that's your Oh, you've heard about Dominion. Let me teach you something better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good pick. And it's got so much, like, for those that are gamers or those that are familiar with it, it's got all those additional packs, right? The gambit and the things that you can add to it that just make
Yeah.
it
Just more.
replayable or fresh or whatever. Yeah.
And all you gotta do is add a couple cards. It's not like it's like now I've got to add an extra suitcase with me.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I'm realizing this is probably a good place for my runner-up choice that didn't quite make the list.
Just another honorable mention that you want.
Yeah, But this one's like, you know,
Okay.
not me plugging myself, you know.
Oh, wow, okay.
All right.
It didn't quite make it, but Unearth.
I'm gonna disagree with you on this one.
I'm excited to hear the disagreement. I had a ton of fun, specifically on a vacation with 4 people. This is the game. This is one of the only games we got to bring with us. Had a lot of fun, and it was just we were able to play it on like a small table because we didn't know what kind of table we had at this like kind of cabin that we had rented.
Yeah.
Turns out the table was pretty small, so we were fortunate that it was easy to set up on a small space and played it 5 or 6 times, I think.
Wow.
A lot of fun. Great time. Now, much more interesting. What's your disagreement?
Oh, not more interesting at all. I played it once, and I could go the rest of my life without playing it again. I had just played Favelas, Z-Man, WizKids. It's got a very, I felt it had a very similar kind of mechanism to it with the way that the tiles worked and the way it was like, I don't know, that Cubert kind of style to it, right? When you're building this stuff. What's a
Right.
dice game? Unearth, yeah, sure, I get it. I get it. Favelas is not, I know, they're different. I get it. But I just played Favelas and I just loved what it was doing. And then I played Unearth and I wanted it to be more. I wanted there to be, I don't know. I don't know what it was about it. I liked the art. It was inviting. I wanted to be into that world. But then I played it and it just fell short. Are you looking up Favelas?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure out how to spell this thing.
F-A-V. I'm looking at the box. Favelas.
Oh, yeah, I was just completely spelling it wrong. That's why.
It's just got this hex space building to it that was, I don't know, it was just fun. Like I get what Corey's saying, the dice in the center and the way things work. I get it, but then I went from this and I played Unearth, and it just made Unearth not feel as exciting. And I wanted it to be good because of the art, and it just, I don't know, it wasn't. I felt like it didn't have a climax, and it didn't feel like it was rewarding. There were more to it. It could have been the teach. It could have been I was tainted by playing this game first. I don't know what it was, but Unearth kind of fell short.
So my very first time playing Unearth, I was a little bit disappointed because I was afraid, like, oh my gosh, I don't like this game, and I like kind of hyped it up in my mind a lot because I actually won it in a raffle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember you winning it in a raffle, like at a convention.
And it was a convention we were very disappointed in, which is why I won't bring up which convention it was. But
I remember this now.
it was the rewarding experience, and a lot came out of that. I got other games for free from those guys, and those have been cannibalized to make my other projects.
Nice. Prototype components, good.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
But on Earth, I was so excited for, and then I just couldn't find the opportunity to play it. And after literal years, I finally got to play it. And my first playthrough, I didn't have fun, and I was kind of like, "Oh my gosh, what the heck?" And then I gave it another chance because my wife was interested in it, and we played it that time. Turns out I just played it wrong, and I was so convinced that I was playing it correctly. And when I played it correctly, had a blast. And it's one of those classics where, like, once you've played it once, the play time was cut like more than in half. Like we were playing this game quick, and that's how we ended up playing 5-6 times. But I try my best to not tell people stuff like with movies and television, like, oh, it gets great after the 5th season. If it doesn't click, it doesn't click,
Sure. Yeah, there was something about the art that was enticing, right? I wanted to play in that world for a while, but then the gameplay just didn't match what it looked like. I don't know. It's something fell short on it for me. Like, it looks beautiful. I love the art.
Yeah, okay, I remember this now. I did play this once. I remember having a pretty good time with it. I can't. It was a long time ago now. I don't really remember it, but I remember enjoying it, and I remember being happy with. It was kind of easy to pick up. Like we did it like at the last minute at the end of a convention or something, and we were like, let's just play a quick game or whatever,
Yeah.
And we learned it really quickly.
Although not to throw this one under the bus, but part of one of the elements that inspired an aspect of Undermine was that there is a bit of a thematic and mechanical misconnection in this game that was a little bit jarring the first time I played. It's hard to pinpoint exactly, but it bills itself as kind of an adventure where there's not an adventure here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bad game for not being an adventure, but kind of feels like it's supposed to be one.
Mm-hmm.
And mechanically it's just not. But
I can see what you mean.
I still very much enjoy the game once I stopped feeling like I had been led astray.
Okay.
So anyway, that's not even my real choice. That was my runner-up.
Yeah, I would say we gotta go to Mike's number 2, don't we?
Guess we
No,
did.
that was the runner-up before Jordan's number 2, wasn't it?
No, I just did my Star Realms was number 2.
Star Realms was your 2.
That was number 2.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was your own. Yeah.
That was my one that didn't make the cut.
Got it. All right, where do I go at number 2? I just realized what I said, and I'm sure someone will put in the comments an answer to that question.
Yeah.
This is a great
Don't worry, I
conversation.
already brought up lube, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna say there's so many. I'm gonna say it's a 2-player game. It's another game that I will bring with me everywhere. It's great if you're playing late night and you're playing with someone that enjoys the game. It's not something that needs to be played before to enjoy the game, but it's also great to have at a game night where people are already into their games, playing their 4-player games, and like 2 people are just kind of like waiting for something to finish or whatever. Jaipur.
Oh.
Wait, remind me.
Have anyone played this one? So you are merchants trading goods. There are 6 different goods.
I have not played this.
I have played this.
It's beautiful. It's so well done. It's a first to 3 wins. On your turn, there's a market. So right there in the center, there are those 5 cards that are face up. On your turn, you can do a couple things. Take all of the camels from the market, and the camels can become goods that you can trade later. You can take 1 good, whatever one you want. Not a camel. If you take a camel, you have to take all the camels. Or from your hand, trade cards for multiple goods. So if you wanted to take more than 1, you'd have to trade cards, and you can use camels for that. In addition to that, one of the other things you can do is trade a collection of cards, a set of cards, depending on what you're going for, either in at least 2 or anything 1 or higher. The more you get, the more of those tokens you get. So if I can trade in 4 gold cards, if I can collect 4 gold cards and then on my turn trade them in, I would get 4 of those tokens, and top to bottom they get less expensive, less points as you wait, right? So the top one's always the most expensive. I think the gold and the rubies are always 6s and 7s, but you need to have at least 2 of them to get those top 3 there. You need to have at least 2 to trade in for tokens. The more you trade in, the more points you get, because at the end of the game, you're going to score the points on the tokens. And if you have the most camels by the end of the game, and I believe there are 13 camels in the deck, you get the camel token, and that's also worth some points. And then you add up your points. Whoever has the most points becomes the best merchant for that round, and you play the first person that wins twice. The game is super easily approachable. It's very compact. You got those tokens, and you got the deck of cards. So you're throwing it in a little. If you're not taking the box, you're throwing it in a little baggie or in your what's it called? Why did I just lose the word?
Happens to me a
Carry
lot.
on.
Like most people have that long deck
Duffel
of
bag.
card holders. not your sheath. It's I don't know what the word is. Anyway, there are people that take card games and put them into a longer box of card games, so they don't need to take all the boxes for the card games. I forget what it's called. What's it called, Derek? You're watching. And yes, I agree. I like the new art as well. What is it called?
I can't think of the name of it. I don't know if I ever knew the name of it.
Totally blanking on it now. Anyway, Jaipur. No, it's not a sliver. Quiver. It's a quiver.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna get it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have, but that makes sense.
So yeah, it's one of those games that's easily approachable, easy to teach. You're up and playing it really quickly. You know what you're doing, and you can teach it to gamers or non-gamers. And it's very compact to travel with too. Like that's the original edition. It's those tokens and a deck of cards.
Excellent.
Yeah, Jaipur. It's Space Cowboys. They just did a new edition. It's a little bit of a more square box, and it comes with a little like collectible metal coin, but the art's a little updated. It's a great game.
Nice.
Awesome.
I'm in. Sounds great.
That's awesome.
I feel like I've played this once before. Anyway, good one.
I agree. All right, that was my number 2. And I'm marking it down on my list. All right, Eric. Let me change the banner to number 1.
Number 1. All right. So my number 1 is a pretty simple game and a very fun game, provided there are 5 or 6 plus people on your vacation. I am going to say Masquerade.
Nice. Yeah.
Good choice. Good choice.
Masquerade, I think, is my favorite kind of party game because it's simple, it's fun, but also it can be very strategic if you play it that way.
That's a small box too. It's definitely
Just
easy to bring around.
It's a small box, can fit in any size bag. Very good for groups of 5 plus. I think you can play it 4 or more, but I think I'd recommend it 5 or 6 plus.
Yeah, there's just something really appealing about like the hidden role games where you got to kind of figure out what's going on, and yeah, I like that one a lot.
Good pick. I immediately forgot a game that now I want to put on my list that I think would be really fun to bring around, but I can't because I'm not allowed to add to my list.
Yeah, no.
Good pick. Yeah, it's it. It's official. These are it. There is no room for more. I never saw that box though.
Yeah, that one doesn't look familiar.
Yeah, that one is. I haven't seen that one either. That might be a new one.
Yeah,
that one I haven't seen either.
That's the Z-Man one. That's the one I'm familiar with.
2003. Ooh.
And then I think was it Fantasy Flight that did a longer box one?
I would assume so.
Is there any chance it has another part of it, like Royal Masquerade, or?
No,
it might be spelled a little bit differently.
Oh yeah, that's not how you spell Masquerade.
We're judging your spelling now. That's what.
Wait, this is how you spell Masquerade.
I don't.
Word.
It just looks weird to me. I don't know why.
I know those French coming up with all kinds of weird French words.
The French. Oof.
Yeah, I think it's spelled differently, honestly.
Did they do some like creative license with the word?
They might have. Let me see if I have it in the back here.
I tried spelling it like a dirty American.
No.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
They did spell it different.
They did.
That's Bruno, right? And that's Fantasy Flight.
That's it.
Yeah. So I know. It's
Repos.
I remember the Z-Man one. I think that's the one I have, and I remember just seeing that one. But
this does look significantly better, I will admit. And we played this. I played this with y'all, and it was great.
Yes.
God, look at that. They're cardboard, but those tokens looked.
Yeah, they gave them real like the depth.
They got some heft to them.
Hmm.
As long as they're punched properly, it wouldn't really detract from that ring that's going around it. But if that's off centered,
Yeah, like on that 5 in the middle.
yep.
Yep.
Prominently in the middle there.
Very much front and center. Yeah.
The only problem that exists in this game is that it's spelled dumb. But
I know. How can you?
Yeah,
How
if
do
you're
you
trying to
search
find
for
it
it?
like based on spelling alone, you probably won't.
No.
Mhm.
that's tough. Okay.
Good pick. Good pick.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta play that one more often.
Yeah, we do.
Mhm.
All right, Matt. You're number one to put all the others down.
I think we might already
I
know.
mentioned before, no one would know what it is.
No, it's never been spoken or uttered in any sense of the word. So my number one kind of goes again with the little bit bigger of a game. You know, as in you bring the whole box, it is a little larger. But when you look at it all spread out on the table, it can look intimidating, right? Because it has a lot of cards and stuff. But the concept is very easy.
Hey,
It's no. So my game is Mysterium. My number one is Mysterium, and the whole premise behind it is just there's a ghost trying to help you as a psychic figure out how the ghost was murdered. And they can't talk to you directly though, so they're just giving you all of these really abstract, beautiful artwork pieces on cards, and it's up to you to interpret what they're trying to tell you. And that game has caused so much just fun for our group, you know, with just working off of each other and kind of coming up with these crazy ways that these cards could make sense, but they never do. And you know, and it's sort of like code names in a way where you you know, as the ghost, you'll give a clue and be like, yeah, and then they start talking about it and they're like, it must be this, and you're just like, you know, yay, but you can't say anything, right? And then all of a sudden, oh, there it is. Thank you, Eric.
It is.
All of a sudden, somebody else is like, oh, but it looks like this. Or our one friend is really known for just being like, there's a circle in this one, so it must be that one with a circle, and it has nothing to do with it. It's just shapes. And then, you know, as the ghost, you're like, no. So it's a lot of fun, and the artwork is, like I said, stunning. I get lost looking at those cards. And it's just different every time. You really never know how it's going to play out and if you're going to make it work in the end. It's actually kind of fun too because it's competitive at the start, but then it's like cooperative.
Yeah.
Or well, no, it's cooperative at the beginning. It's sort of both cooperative and competitive, and it shifts a bit. But
We've got a TV going in the background.
Eric, maybe.
What?
Is there a TV in the background?
Yes. Let me mute myself.
I was trying to figure out what it was. So this question is specifically for Kabuki Kid, because I know Kabuki Kid, the knowledge of Kabuki Kid is amazing. What is, without looking it up and be honest, what is the playtime on the box of Mysterium? Let's see if you know what it is. I'm sure you guys know because you play it a lot, and I'm just curious. As a little,
And we all have a copy.
Sure.
Eric has the answer. You know, the final
I
answer.
have it, and it is quite random. I guess I never actually noticed it.
There's a reason I'm asking, right? Because it kind of connects to where we are. But I'm sure some people, I've mentioned it before, but some people will make the connection. But yeah, it's a very specific playtime, right?
Yes, it is down to the very minute.
Yep.
Wow.
So I'll guess 60 minutes. Okay. Price is Right rules. You and Derek are both over. Eric, what is it?
Well, I'll give you the proof right here.
Yeah.
42 minutes.
Specifically 40, because of 7-minute rounds, right? You got 7 minutes to.
Right.
Yeah, I guess that checks out.
Yep.
Have we ever completed the game in 42 minutes, Eric?
I'm gonna say no.
I don't think we have.
Never.
It goes much
Never.
longer.
Those kind of games in that Dixit world. I haven't played Stella yet. Dixit has a version called Stella that one of our other guests from Frenemy Games Studios suggested playing. Said it was great, but that whole Dixit full art kind of lose yourself in the art kind of things. Have any of you played Detective Club?
No.
Look into it. It's that kind of feel, but on your turn, someone doesn't know what's going on, right? Not hidden traitor, but they're out of the loop, and you're trying to figure out who is out of the loop. But on your turn, you play a card face down, and then you have to talk about why you played that card face down based on the game. And then you'll play a second card face down. And if you're the person that doesn't know what's going on, you're trying to figure out what's going on based on the reason people put down cards. And if you don't know what's going on, you got to lie your ass off to try and get through the round, or else someone's going to figure out who you are. It's got the full art feel, beautiful artwork on it, but the way the game plays, is like the mechanism of the gameplay. It takes that feeling of the art and the play and elevates it to more of a puzzle. It's very approachable. It's very family friendly. Very easy to play. But the way that you do the 1 card, 2 cards, and you're trying to figure out who doesn't know, kind of like Spyfall, but with Dixit. If you want to put those two together, someone doesn't know where they are, and you get to ask questions to try and suss out who that person is. But then they can deduce where they are based on the questions and the answers that are being. It's really, really clever. I know Barnes & Noble had a tin version of it that was exclusive, and they have just a regular box of it. But the art's beautiful. The gameplay is solid. It's really good. Yes, you can use Dixit cards with that for sure.
I mean, makes
That's
sense.
cool.
Yeah. Why not?
And yeah, I'm glad that's what I hear about that game. I have it. I just need to get that one to the table.
I've heard Stella's good too. I just haven't had the chance to play it.
Art's beautiful.
Yeah, wow.
I love how the conversation with the artists must be so fun, where it's like, all right, what's my job, game designers? And they're like,
Yeah, I want to see these descriptions that the designers give to the artist.
I can't help but feel they must be like, whatever your latest drug experience was, can you show us something about it? Go ahead. Go nuts.
What did you see?
Yeah, I feel like it's either like fully up to the artist to make these abstract images, or they give them very like surreal specific descriptions that are just really amusing to read.
Yeah.
It's a different conversation now because something new exists that didn't exist back then when they were doing this. But if any of you have experienced Midjourney at all, and the stuff that comes out of just typing in some randomness and having them generate that art that comes through, a lot of these things look like what I've seen from that kind of thing when they give you those 4 options and you're like, well, of course it's a giraffe in a necktie eating an apple. Like, that's what I told it to do. Beautiful. Oh, there's a giraffe. Yeah. The full art style of games it's just a great thing, and when the gameplay is as solid, it's good stuff.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, look into that game. That's another. It's not on my list. That was not planned. It wasn't. It's not here. But that's
just so happens to
it
be
could have
a
been the
good
one that
vacation.
you were gonna write. I don't know.
No, I'll show it. I'll be honest. Oh yeah, for sure you can. I guarantee you can, and just use those as.
It's not a bad idea, actually.
So Mysterium, good job. I love when Mysterium gets mentioned because it gets me to tie in the full 42 with the time limit on that game every time.
Well, now that I know it's so specific, I'll remember that little trivia bit.
It's that stupid information learning that information kicked something really important out of my brain, and now that dumb information is stuck in my brain forever.
Exactly.
Every new thing kicks something out, and that's stayed. Other important stuff gone. That will always be in my head.
Yeah, who needs the rest of it?
Yeah. Best Mysterium rules are the check rules. Ooh. Oh yeah.
I don't know the difference.
It's the best version of the game is that version of Mysterium. from what I understand. I've never played it, but
Interesting.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know the difference, like the main difference.
use the North American version. All right, that's good to know. All right, number 2. Nope, number 1.
For Jordan's number 1?
Jordan.
Yes, that's where we are.
All right. So I'll grab it in a second. Mine is also, my number 1 is a big one. It has a slightly more specific vacation in mind. I figure because it's a larger game, then the type of vacation, it's it's a little bit longer. This isn't a weekend trip. This is something where you think it's okay to take an afternoon to play some board games in some new locale.
Twilight Imperium, isn't it?
So in those particular cases, that means that the type of place I'm staying is probably a cabin with some friends or some family, something along those lines. So somewhere cozy and likely beautiful. So I chose fairly divergent this time. Mice and Mystics.
Oh,
This is
okay.
my choice. Mice and Mystics to me is just about the most approachable, like D&D like type of game for people who are both unfamiliar with board games and unfamiliar with D&D, but are sympathetic. They can get in. They can nerd out. Mice and Mystics does a great job of being a story that you all engage with that has a very clear time limit. Beautiful. Love it.
There it
Kurt's
is.
got it too, of course.
In the flesh.
So you can, one
don't know.
session is just one little chapter in the story, and you don't have to play forever, but if you want to, you can play through the whole story and take hours and hours. It's really up to you because it's so compartmentalized.
Yep.
And on top of that, it has those boards, which I just love because they're, they have spaces on them and everything, but they're form first, function second. Love that. Look at that. It's beautiful crystal caverns,
Mhm.
And of course, doesn't look like it, but this is such a stressful room because there's a cat in there and you're trying to get through.
Yeah. I think the kitchen is the worst one.
Oh, you're definitely right about that.
Right, because you don't have to do it. Because it presents you with choices throughout the entire game, right? Like, you hear this thing, do you want to go do it? Well, no, we need to go this way, so stay on the fucking rail and do your thing. Well, no, I need to go upstairs because I need to experience the whole
I've
thing.
played an Elder Scrolls game. Thank you very much. I'm going on my side quest.
Yep, you have to.
Right. You have to.
And then you realize you shouldn't have done it because there's way too many cockroaches and there's a goddamn cat trying to squish you. Like,
Exactly. And I think it's fantastic. And every group of people I've ever played it with, even if it wasn't like their thing, they still had fun. Still had a good time.
Yep.
And it's a dream. What is it? Is it 2 to 4?
I think it's 2 to 4, yeah.
Yeah.
I know there's expansions that make it more, but I've never played the expansions despite the fact that I love Mice and Mystics. My wife and I want to get through the whole thing together, just the two of us, and then start getting into expansion material.
You can make it if you try.
I think we can do it. I think it's true, especially because we got some vacations coming up. So
it went over his head, I think.
But that hair didn't catch it.
No, it didn't catch it. I'm surprised. Yeah, considering your background in hairdressing, it has. I hadn't played a game, and I'm sure it exists in other games, but it has the coolest mechanism of turn order that I think I've played in games. Right, you have everyone's got an action, a turn order card or whatever. What's it called? When you have, God, tonight is not a good night for words. Shit. Initiative.
Yeah.
Initiative.
Take
Okay.
everyone's card and you shuffle it, and that's the turn order. So you got to react to maybe 2 bad guys are going at once, right? And then it's going to be 2 of us, or it's 1, 1, 1, and 1.
Mhm.
The way that they set that up from round to round, I thought was really unique and clever. And I hadn't experienced anything until the first time that not only is the narrative just great, like the story and everything that's going on, but the way the mechanisms work in that game, it made it really feel fun.
That's cool.
No,
I love that stuff.
Like I think Thursday, Friday, I was working. Got in Thursday, set up. No, I missed setup. Got in late. Friday. By Saturday, I think I had 5 hours of sleep.
Easy, crazy.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yep. It's convention, right? That's
Yeah.
what you do.
And I'm so sorry. I'm gonna take just a quick step back, real quick. I'm very blonde, if you can't tell. What went over my head?
Oh, really?
I still don't know.
I feel like you should go back and watch the show so you get it. But you had said that you and your wife want to make it through Mice and Mystics, like the whole thing together, and you said just the two of us. And I said you can make it if you try.
I got you. Okay. Yeah.
It's okay.
Not the most brilliant over here.
The blonde. We've already established you're blonde. It's fine.
Right.
Cubes from 1775. The Academy game. Oh yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Academy games are great. I gotta reach out to them. I want to talk to Matt and that reality shift game that they have, where it's kind of like F-Zero, the board game. Academy did it. It's really, really clever. Where there's cubes. You play F-Zero from Super Nintendo days.
Oh yeah.
So the board game has got these cubes, and on it it's magnetic. Your little ship is magnetic, and you could be on the side of the cube. But on your turn, you do these actions, and through your actions, you can take one of those cubes and like rotate it. And if you're on that side and it gets rotated, it kind of crushes you.
Cool.
But the whole cube system and the streets and the art, it screams F-Zero to me. And the designer is really smart in the designs that they make, and it seemed like a really big sidestep for Academy based on their historic kind of games. But Reality Shift is the game if you're looking it up. Really, really clever. Just a clever game.
Reality. There we go.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Beautiful
Ooh.
art. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Art. But the concept of the game, if you look at those cubes, you're racing around and your ship is magnetic, so you could be on the side and you're moving around and you're doing things, but at some point those cubes could get rotated. Like that cube that you're hovering over, the red that's on the side, if that cube gets tilted, and I don't know if you can based on the game state, or the blue that's in the front there, if that gets tilted, it just crushes your ship. It's really cool.
Huh.
That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah,
Very
I've never seen something like that.
Too. It's a good. It's good. Yeah, look at that. Like you just
Oh,
want to
that's
play in it. That is
Wow.
not it.
That got weird.
That is it.
That's a different part of the planet. Wow.
Expansion.
Yeah.
There we go. Goodness.
It's just beautiful.
Wow.
And that's Academy Games. Kabuki had mentioned the 1700s games and the very historic, beautiful art timepiece games that Academy is kind of known for with their puzzles and their full art boxes. And then
Right.
Reality Shift came out, and it was like Academy Games did this, and it's a good pickup by them because the designer is good and the gameplay is great. Yeah, it's another solid one to look at.
Nice.
Yeah, I like that one.
Games. There's so many games.
There's so many. So many.
Oh, it never ends.
Thank goodness.
How did we get on Reality Shift? How did we even move?
We shifted realities, man. That's
What is-
Academy Games with the turn order because based on the Mice and Mystics.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how we got there.
we made it.
We did. We backtracked.
So now we just got Mike's number one.
Oh, right, because that was Jordan's Mice and Mystics. Yeah, Mice and Mystics is beautiful. Like the lore, everything about it, and the choices that it affords players collectively. Like you could always have that quarterback that's like, no, we're not going that way because it is cooperative. But the choices that you have, like, do we stay on our story or can we go play in this world for a little while? Do we risk stuff? Really, really cool. And the tension of that crow that's trying to, oh my God, so good. But yeah, spatial aspect is great. Minis are awesome.
Oh yeah.
Such a great game. I kind of geeked out a little bit on the way to the car from PAX. Kobe was in the elevator, and I wanted to be like, dude, your games are great.
A friend of mine is actually working with them right now on some artwork stuff. Can't tell much more than that, but I'm pretty excited for what he's got coming.
Very cool. Yeah, it's a beautiful game. Super fun. Good pick.
Nice.
All right, number 1. Where do I go? I have to do it. It wasn't mentioned. I think this game, no matter who you're playing with, no matter where you are, it could very well, I don't know. It's slowly creeping up there as one of my favorite games to pull out wherever I am. It's a simple deck of cards. It's based on math, which I hate. But it's a lot of like recognition on each card that you flip, and the choice of calling bullshit at the right time to earn the points is super fun. It's called Illusion. You ever play it?
No, it does not sound
No.
familiar.
I picked up another copy because I always want to have a copy with me, and I know there's going to be a little bit of glare because I haven't opened it yet. But that's the box. Pandasaurus makes it now. Yeah, so that's a deck of cards, and there are 4 colors: green, red, technically white, but whatever colors. Green, red, yellow, and blue. And on whoever starts will flip over one of those arrow cards. If you scroll a little bit more down, oh, maybe not. Yeah, see the red arrow and the blue arrow?
Yeah.
There's 2 of each color in a deck. You're going to shuffle that deck and flip over one, and that's going to give you the color for that round. And then the way the arrow is pointing is letting you know that the color will increase from the point of the arrow down that row. And so, for instance, that round right there, they're looking at blue. And on your turn to start, you'll flip over one card. And then your first turn is to decide if the top card of the deck has more or less color of that color's round. So you're trying to put that card right there. In this game state right now, there are 5 cards in the row. And the row is going from the tip of the arrow, just the tip of the arrow, down the row to the end. And you want it to increase in the amount of color that's on the card. So if this was Eric's turn, Eric could either call bullshit on the last person to put a card in the row, or take that top card and put it into that series based on the amount of color you believe to be on that card, right? And you'll put it somewhere. Let's say Eric decided to put it second from the left side of that thing, right? In between that prominently white card and in between the one that looks like it has hearts. Eric puts that down and it's Matt's turn. Matt can decide if the order is incorrect or correct. And on the back of every one of those cards, each color has a percentage. And you want that percentage to consistently increase. It can be the same and you're still fine, but you want it to increase from the arrow down the row.
Right.
If Matt calls out Eric, and at any point, doesn't matter if Eric's card was right or wrong, if at any point that row is wrong, Matt gets the arrow and it's first to X amount of cards. But if Matt calls out Eric and the percentage increases correctly, then Eric gets the card. So you get a little bit of choice of when to call bullshit and try to entice people like, well, of course that card doesn't go there. Look at the amount of blue. Take into consideration the space of a circle and a rectangle or whatever. Right. And the choice of as soon as you decide to not call bullshit and flip that card and take that card off that deck, you have to put it into the row. And now it's off of you if you tried to bluff. It's really so. For instance, that one's going on yellow. That first card there, whoever put that next card down believed that that second card had more yellow than the first.
Yep.
And then whoever put the third card down thought that that one had less than that fourth card, but more than the second card. Mm-hmm. And at any point, if you're like, you know what, I don't think it's true. Look at the amount of that box compared to this box. You call bullshit. You start flipping them over, and if at any point the percentages are off, whoever called bullshit gets the arrow. It's super brilliant. It's Wolfgang Warsch, if I believe so. Yeah, Wolfgang Warsch. who is
Okay.
just a force, man, with the stuff that he does. Easy deck of cards. It's just great.
I love it. This is super great. I want to pick this up. You're
How many
helping me figure out
players
my
does this,
Christmas.
go to?
Say again?
How many players does this go to?
5. 2 to 5.
Okay.
Very
Nice.
cool.
It says 15 minutes. I think that's the high end,
Gotcha.
right? Because you're calling bullshit around 5 or 6. If it starts going more than 6 cards, like it's getting more dicey as it goes, because you're like, there's no way this is right, but do I call it or do I push it? It's awesome. And then you play to, like, first person to get 3 arrows or whatever the rule is, to just make sure everyone's having fun, kind of thing. It's just great.
I like that.
Yeah, what a neat idea.
Great drinking game. Super easy to teach. If you've ever played Timeline, it's kind of the same. You ever play Timeline?
Yeah.
Same kind of concept where you're trying to put years right in the right order. It's just super great. And yes, he is an amazing. Taverns of Tiffenthal. His designs are just amazing. Yeah, there's your timeline. They have a Star Wars timeline. Timeline's another really good one. That's a small deck of cards, easily transportable. There's tins that are thematic, so there's like Americana or music or whatever. So you can pick a game that's going to fit the group that you're playing, or not game, but a theme that'll fit the group. Really, another really good one. But Illusion is it's almost a must for not only travel, but for somebody's game collection.
That's great. I like that.
Yeah, I love the idea of that.
It's good stuff.
Oh, man,
the
I'm
name's so fitting, because
surprised.
I'm sure you look at it and you're like, oh, this one has to have more or whatever. But then it's like, actually, no, it doesn't. It's like, oh my God. Like, I could see that moment happening a lot.
I almost brought Similo onto my list, but I talk about that game so frequently that I couldn't bring myself to put it. I couldn't bring it up again. Similo is another amazing game.
I
You
gotta
guys played that at all?
no.
No.
Oh God, I have them all. Like, they're so good. So the concept is, you whoever is the clue giver is going to take the deck of cards, shuffle them up, and look at one of them. That card is going to be the target that you want that's the Harry Potter one, that you want everyone to save until the end. At the end of the game, there's going to be a choice of 2. You want them to pick that target that you just looked at. So you take that card and you shuffle it with 11 others, and you put out a grid of 4x3. So there's a grid of 4x3, and you see some sort of connections, right, to what's there, whether they're yellow eyes or horns or fur or scales or whatever you want to bring up, right? Based on that, and that one, like, let's say we looked at the donkey on the left there, right? Let's say it was Jordan's turn. Jordan looked at the donkey, and then Jordan shuffles in the 11 and puts out that grid of 12. And Jordan's objective is to give us clues to lead us to leaving the donkey till the end. And every round, we're going to eliminate cards from the table. And the way we eliminate cards, if it's round 1, we will eliminate 1 card. If it's round 2, we will eliminate 2 cards, and so on, until the last round, where we will have a choice of 2, and we will pick the target. And if we pick the target correctly, we win. If at any point we pick the target beforehand, we lose. The clues are given by the rest of the deck. So you'll have a hand of 5. You'll always have a hand of 5. And on the clue giver's turn, they will take 1 card from their hand, and they will either put it vertically or horizontally on the table in relation to the way the cards are. If you put it vertically, that means that card that you're giving as a clue has something to do with the target. If you put it horizontally, that means the card has nothing to do with the target. And those clues stay from round to round. So by round 5, you will have your 5th clue dropped, and you're trying to use the clue based on what's there to figure out the target. And it could be as simple as color, or male, female, like in the fairy tales one, or in the myth one, male, female, or wearing a hat, not wearing a hat. It could be, and it can come down to specific years, because on the side of each of the cards, it has years. It has a little bit of like just a one-liner of like where you would have found it or where it would have been, or like in the fairy tale one, what fairy tale it was from and what year it was published. So like you could have Cinderella and multiple characters in Cinderella. If I literally drop Cinderella vertically, that means my target has something to do with Cinderella, and it could be one of the characters from Cinderella, or it could be female. It's fucking brilliant. The game is great, and you can make it even harder by using one deck as the targets. So you can use the wild animals one as the 4x3 grid, and then use the Harry Potter one as the one that you're given the clues from.
This sounds very interesting.
Oh,
yeah, I would love to play that.
I literally, like, they're all here.
How many are there?
That many.
Oh, shit, perfect.
Wow.
They're
Nice.
so good.
Well, shoot. So we did it. We figured out our top 5, and I just want to point out, you and I speculated that we might get through the introductions and the little bit of discussion and the top 5 in 45 minutes.
Sure. I think there was a glitch. I said 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh, this makes more sense. Yeah, for every KinSoul member involved in a conversation, add an hour easily.
For sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're a chatty bunch.
Yeah, this is definitely worth playing virtually. If you have Board Game Arena, it's such a great game.
It's on Board Game Arena. All right, definitely gonna try that.
Yep.
Well, that does it then.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's our official top 5 of importance games that you should bring on vacation whenever you have the chance. Yeah, thanks for putting those together. Those are fun. And
Yeah.
Although there was one overlap with Mysterium, they were all different games.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Matt and I didn't have at least 4 out of the 5 similar.
Yeah, when we started, I was kind of like, okay, maybe Eric won't come in for this part because I'm sure he took all my games. So yeah, no, I'm shocked.
Because, coincidentally, Matt and I are almost on every single vacation together. So
In pretty much all the stories I told, Eric was involved in some measure. So yes,
Right.
That's true.
That's great. That's good, right? It's one of those, like, I know we get together and game night is a thing and it's a regular occurrence for some or most. When you go on a vacation, you don't necessarily think about board games on vacation, but when you have stuff like the rainy days or something that's easily transportable, and like you're going to a restaurant and you're waiting for your food and you drop down like Rhino Hero and it's on the table, it takes 5 minutes to play. You can people will come over, you get a beer and you start drinking and showing them all these things. There's also an element of fun that can be in a vacation, even though you don't think about bringing board games on vacation. So
Yeah.
Absolutely.
or you do like Jordan and you're going to the beach and getting rocks to play on your homebrew. It can be anything.
I love that.
Gotta get that homebrew go.
Yeah, of course you do. All right, so yes, to your point, this did not take 45 minutes. Do we want to jump into Undermine? I mean, I'm game, no pun intended, but
Well, we ought to at least go through
We can at least look at it, right?
like a round
Yeah, let's
together.
let's take a
perhaps?
tour of it.
sure, okay, let's do it. So Jordan, fair to say this is your design,
Yes.
and KinSoul is publishing it. We talked about KinSoul as a studio and the publisher and the stuff that they've done. The idea, which I love now hearing, came to you from the ride from QSCon home.
Yes. Yes, it
What
did.
what triggered it?
There's a couple different influences, most of which I touched on to some degree over the last 3 hours. It was sort of, I wanted a place to put all of the things I had learned over the last, like the many iterations that I had created of other games from my 12 games in 12 months challenge. But the sort of more thematic side to it was I'd been playing a ton of Deep Rock Galactic, and it's a video game where you're a dwarf miner. But a big key part of that game is that the world is destructible. Like everything you can hit with your hammer and break. And so I was thinking, how do you translate that constructible, destructible world mechanic? How do you translate that to a board game situation? Because usually that sort of thing is more abstract in a board game where like you say you built something, but it's really just a card on the table. But I wanted something that was tangible, physically engageable. So it was that. I was thinking about that element. And then from there, it was like a rolling set of thoughts about how, okay, so if we have this mound of little stones, how do they get placed there? What's in there? Why are you even bothering to climb over the stones? What are you when you're climbing over stones? So it was like one idea after the other. Before I knew it, I was like, I got too many thoughts. I need to call my wife. So I was driving along. I give her a call. I was like, just hear me out. I got something I got to say, thinking about stuff. And to her credit, she was integral to those first design choices because she was very engaged, listening and helping me through it. So yeah, that ride, it was quite the journey. I was a changed man when I arrived home.
And are today, really.
Yeah.
So yes, this has been on the table at QSCon Tuesdays
Refresh the page.
multiple times. Yeah, refresh. You should be all right. This is going back to when we were still at the other hotel. It's seen, to Matt's point, minor changes, if not just balance. I mean, I remember the contracts, I think, were new from the first time I had played it. But it was pretty solid. The first time I played it was like, yeah, this is clever. This is unique. This is a good feeling. And those that have been playing it, I believe, feel the same. I don't want to talk to those, but I guess I should hit yes too. So yeah, go do your thing. This is Undermine. A little bit of the lore, I think, will help. Like, what the hell is going on, and who those cute little pink characters are that you handmade.
In this case, we are thankfully skipping the element with the clay and going right to the artwork made by my friend Sam Amelli, who did a fantastic job with all these characters.
Nice.
But yeah, you take control of one of these 7 Trifflings, which are tiny little creatures composed of, it's the far future. So these things are all of the fantasy races you can think of have combined in the far future, and what you're left with is the Trifflings, a mischievous, nigh indestructible race of silly little creatures. And so they're actually perfect for the roughneck space mining because you can throw them in low oxygen environments and lava, and they're fine. They'll make it. Oh yeah, put the extract here. Get them in the game here. So yeah, you're one of these Trifflings who is tasked with mining this asteroid that is filled with all kinds of special gems and valuables. This white here is actually, it's lava in the finished version of the game. So you're in this physics defying asteroid, navigating and trying to get what you can, getting through, taking what you can, putting it in your bag, and getting back to your extract tile so you can leave the game entirely before the place collapses in on you. Because what you don't see here is that hidden among these rocks are bomb rocks. And bomb rocks, when they explode, are added to this tracker here. And I got to move that bomb to the third one here at some point. But when 3 bomb rocks have exploded, it triggers what's called the collapse. And the collapse just means that each player turn, pieces will be removed from the outside of the board equal to the number of tiles on the stability track. So we don't know exactly what it is at the outset, but there is a time limit, a pretty strict time limit on this game. Eventually, there's no more tiles, and you can't play anymore. And that eventually can often happen quite fast, faster than players are aware of when they first play their very first game. So don't be scared if when you play this game you end up falling in the lava and not winning, because that's a pretty common occurrence. Let's see. Actually, I just went ahead and took Otto because he's been my favorite recently. But who do you guys want to divide up characters in any particular way? We're not going to play a full game, but I figure we could play a round or two.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're all great. They're all unique, right? Every character, although, and I don't want to step on, but although the basic turn, you have 10 action points to use and different things you can do. But instead of it feeling all samey, every character is really good at doing a certain thing.
Yes.
And there is a little bit of not adjustment, but leveling between people that have played the game before and want more of a challenge, and those that haven't played the game before and want someone who's a little bit easier to play. So there's a little bit of that too in the game too, right?
Yes, there is. So each one of the characters is equally capable of winning, and they're also, I would argue, each one is totally good as a first-time character. However, certain characters have abilities that are a little bit, if you're a bit more of a clever player, you'll get more out of it. So it involves really just experience and time. But each character has their own special ability, which fundamentally alters the way that they approach the game versus the other characters. And the inspiration behind each character's ability was, I wanted to think of all the various ways that a player might want to cheat in this game and then try to officially codify it in some way. So a very, very good example of this is our lovely character Rudy here. Rudy, normally our characters walk around this world. They go, oh, we've frozen.
You're still moving on my screen. Your little blue
Right.
hand.
That's
Yeah,
very
you're moving
strange.
on mine too.
My computer's completely frozen.
Oh no.
No.
Why? Work with me here. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Technical difficulties are real.
Technology.
Mhm.
It hates me, so I'm glad it hates other people as well.
So am I like moving stuff around and flicking things and causing problems?
Right now, your hand isn't moving.
Yeah, it's stopped.
Now
Oh,
it is.
oh,
Now it's
there it
moving.
goes. Yeah.
All right. I'm so sorry. Give me 2 seconds here.
Oh, you're fine. So while you're figuring that out, so what we were looking at there with all those hexes, there are gems, there are valuables, there are just rocks that are whatever, and the overarching gameplay is there are 10 action points that you get to use, and things like movement or climbing or digging or pushing all take certain action points, and you're trying to by the end get extracted with stuff, valuable stuff, all the while maybe fulfilling some contracts. Certain companies that have paid for this whole exploration, excursion, adventure.
Right.
It's a vacation. We're gonna send these people up on this asteroid and mine it as a vacation.
Yeah, we'll call it a vacation.
Sure. Yeah, and it's a very simple game to pick up and learn, because that's the game. You have 10 action points. There are things you get to do. They cost action points, whether it's 1, 2, 3, whatever. The fun factor is what Jordan was talking about with the bomb rocks, and how that is your timer. And I think that's one of the more fascinating bits of the game. When the thing explodes and it gets added to that one track that Jordan showed off, when it's the next player's turn, the first thing they do is they start taking out from the edges of the board or an interior, depending on how things have worked, a certain amount of tiles. And you can get very aggressive and very mean
Yeah.
on your back as the game is going. Not only are you you are hunted because you have so many really cool things that people want. But if you're a dick, people will let you know. And it's just fun. It's just a fun romp through this world that you've created and are building up with these really cool creatures. Is it working again?
It's working again for me now. Yeah.
Yes, I do see movement.
Yeah, you're doing something.
There you go.
So thank you for that, Mike. And I guess I'll continue where I left off there, just talking about abilities. Under normal circumstances, so 2 of the actions that are listed on your action summary, you have like you said, Mike, you get 10 action points, right? So you move 1 space, it costs 1 action point. You climb up 1 tier, it costs 2 action points. So Otto would have spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to get to that spot. However, Rudy, right here, Rudy has a grappling hook. So Rudy takes 1, 2 action points to get to the same spot because Rudy never climbs. Rudy gets to just use movement to go anywhere they'd like. So Rudy is, in effect, the fastest character there is, which definitely feels like cheating to all of your friends who can't get up places as fast as you. But don't worry, because you also have an ability that makes other people think that you're cheating. So everybody gets a chance to feel kind of overpowered in their one specific department. Our lovely Hildy here, as those bomb rocks get added to the stability tracker, Hildy receives more action points. So Hildy has a chance to have 18 action points. So pretty much a whole extra turn available to Hildy, while everybody else is still stuck to their lowly 10 action points. A lot of fun. When Hildy really gets to blow up a lot of bombs, they can do some incredible things with their turn.
Quickly became one of my favorite characters.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you like messing with people. Excellent character.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, I put a tile in my hand. That was funny.
It's okay. You can
So,
cheat.
in any case, let's go back to here. Oh, did I not technically join? That's kind of funny.
Oh, Clark is there. Oh, wait, no, Clark's not you. Jordan, you're there.
It says I'm there, but on my computer, I'm not. This is silly.
Yeah, I think it's because I joined late. It may have jumbled up the process a little bit.
No, don't worry. It's not your fault. It said I hadn't refreshed my page since I first logged on 3 hours ago.
Yeah,
All right,
I mean, either way,
so,
it's a good snapshot of like what happens during a game, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And you brought up one of the
quick.
You brought up one of the character cards.
Sorry, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's your action points defined. You have your bag, which is what you can hold, and you are capped at a certain amount of stuff. So at some point, you do have to go back to your extraction thing to dump the stuff and make sure you have your points, because you want points. Certain things are worth certain points by the end of the game, and if you're not back in time, they have to pay to send out a unit to come and get you. Like, there's really the thematic. The narrative of the game and what's going on is really, it's just super fun and inviting because you want to know more about the characters. It's so cool.
I definitely tried to make sure that the thematic and narrative components were pretty essential, and woven into the mechanics of the game. And I'm glad to hear that it's coming across.
Then what you did with I guess forward thinking or backwards thinking from creating characters that feel OP to the person that's playing them and unfair to the people that aren't playing them, it really shines, because there are moments in the game where you're like, wait, you can do that? And then like the next player goes and you take advantage of your player, and the player you just called out for cheating is like, wait, how can you do that? Like, it's really got a really cool back and forth how things work, while keeping a mainstream. It's a point to move, unless you had the grappling hook. It's a point to move. It's a few points to fuck with somebody. You got to extract your stuff. Like, everything is really simple. And then there's those moments of, holy shit, that can happen. It's really cool.
I
Yeah,
gotta
always.
say, on Tabletopia, it's kind of cool that these standees are always to your perspective.
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm appreciating this detail. I'm spinning around just watching them continue to look at me.
Yeah, if you do an overhead view, it'll show their faces on there.
Yeah, it goes to
Oh,
a flat
nice.
token.
That's
Oh,
cool.
that's cool. How do you do that? Tabletopia is definitely a more user friendly for me than tabletops. Who made this? Who made this thing? Was it Eric?
That was me.
Our lovely Eric did this for us. Thank you so much, by the way.
I gotta talk to you after about how you did that little idea. That's cool.
So I made a version of Undermine several months ago on Tabletop Simulator, trying to, get as close of an approximation as I could. And oh my gosh, I got it to look pretty much picture perfect, and I was very proud of that fact. I set up all the tiles, and then they all started to rumble and rattle against each other and exploded with no input. And that's when I gave up on doing it in Tabletop Simulator. I was done.
Yeah, fair enough.
It is fun. There's a game I made with my co-designer for the game design classroom that had a haunted house kind of thing based on an IP that kind of built itself. And as you were building it, you're putting the way I did it were standees with like cards, and the rumble feature just 2 stories up was like, I don't know, unless you know what you're doing with that kind of stuff, which I do not. Create some fun stuff for sure. Are you finding bomb rocks?
I am finding bomb rocks right now.
What a cheater.
Yeah, so if you look at what
There's
the yellow hand is doing there and digging through, that's one of the actions is to mine. And as you mine, you're going through and finding more of the diamonds and more of the sapphires and more of the gems that are valuable. And then along the way, you find those bomb rocks that Eric nicely put over. I don't know why it's only showing one over there, but
yeah, it's only showing a little bit of what I'm doing, but
there's
there are
3
3
over
there at the moment.
and the more you find, the more it explodes, and there's a radius that it explodes, and there are rules that garner how it explodes. But the more that go, that's your timer, because now the next player is taking from an open edge around the grid and removing tiles from the asteroid, because it's really clever. I
gotta be honest, I'm amazed we're not seeing more bomb rocks yet. Or wait, did you say there's 2 others already?
Yeah, there's
there
3 on
are,
there.
yeah. They're just not showing on the main screen for some reason.
That's so strange. Why am I not seeing it? I don't see it on my game screen either.
I mean, you're seeing our hands move, but
Yeah.
Oh, but look, you're seeing this one right here is the 3rd one. Or, I'm sorry, you have the 3rd one right here.
I do see the 3rd one.
Yeah, there's 2 more before that over here.
Huh.
Jordan, are you controlling the blue hand?
Yes.
Yeah, so am I. So I think there's some kind of strange glitch.
Oh, are you logged in as
on.
KinSoul?
I am, yeah.
That's why. I'm logged in as KinSoul and as Jordan.
I think there's a glitch in the matrix going on here.
Well, we just both shouldn't be KinSoul. That's the problem. I'm just doing it to be a cameraman. That's all.
All I did was just move the rocks around, and they appeared on your screen, though. So that's
we've synced the universe here.
Sure.
I also built up.
If we see a black cat go back twice, then that's no problem.
I built up a bag for auto. I don't know if you want to talk about inventory and deposit. The bag and deposit at all.
Yeah.
It looks better on my screen, by the way.
Oh, wow, that's good.
Well, oh goodness, I'll stop touching it.
Anyway, there's a pile of things there.
We're learning here.
The good thing about Tabletopia is once you actually start a game, you can't manipulate the pieces when it's not your turn. So that'll alleviate some of that.
Right.
Okay. That's good.
Chaos that's happening right now.
We're all learning here.
There's I guess a good moment to talk about this. In your more recent update or newsletter or whatever you want to call it, you're opening up digital playthroughs of this, right?
Yes, once
Yep.
once all kinks are worked out. Yes.
Sure. So people will be just like we did with Stuff of Legend, and what we do with Mission Control. How would somebody in the future get a hold of you to sign up for a playthrough? Is there a Discord? Is there a direct message? Is there a way that they can say, "Hey, Jordan, teach me the game"?
Yes. So
D, all of the above.
yeah, you
Nice.
listed all the stuff. We have a Discord server, we have Facebook messaging, and our mailing list, where all of our Kickstarter backers are added there as well.
Cool.
And
So
there's contact form on our website as well. That goes to our email. So
right.
many ways to reach out to us, and we will, as this gets to the point where we're gonna publish it out and let people play it and like run our own playtests and stuff. We'll put out messages on all of those things and provide. We want to provide links to our Discord. We'd like to build up that community, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to play, let us know on any of those things, and we will also just put out a bunch of information and get all of us.
And of course, anybody in the QsCon Discord, we are also there as well. So if you're interested, just let us know there, and we can always get back to you there as well.
Right. Yeah, I know Eric and Jordan, you have your KinSoul usernames on there. Matt, are you in it? Because I don't think I have you.
I'm not sure. I feel like I am, but let me check.
Okay, if you are, I might not have you set down as a designer or as a I have the right role to make sure you're color coded properly so people can find you easily, because Jordan and Eric both have KinSoul in their name, but I don't know if I have you up on the list.
I don't even think I'm in the server. Wow, that's a problem.
Nice. Wow, Matt. Wow.
I know. Embarrassing. I know. Jeez.
That'll be forever recorded now.
What? No, it didn't happen.
Mhm.
No, we never said anything. No.
Yeah, so none of the stuff you're doing on your screen is translating on mine.
Yeah, it's definitely just because we're both listed as KinSoul Studio.
That's so funny, because like Yara's over here.
It'll
Oh yeah,
sync
Otto's
eventually.
over here.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Rude. I was setting up a cast picture.
Well, they have a mind of their own. What can I say?
Oh, it brought it back to my thing off your screen. Oh, look at that. That's fascinating. Nope, that's not where it's going. You're going over here.
So would you like to go through a round or something, or do you think we got the gist out here?
We can try. I'm afraid the whole thing's gonna blow up on the table, though.
What do you think, Matt and Eric?
We can do
it probably could be done as long as everything is reset.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's reset everything then.
Restart. Yeah.
It'll also speak to the usability of the game, because it is easily approachable, and it's I mean the way you're playing, the actions you're taking on your turn are very simple. So that's good.
Let's go back to the lobby real quick. Eric, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to come in either as a guest or in your private.
Yeah, let's see what I can do here. Yeah, I would say just I'll just spectate for this one, just to make it simpler.
Okay. View results. I don't know why it replaced the start button with view results.
Yeah, same for me too. I've never seen that.
Oh, it's because we're still in the same on the same table. You have to make like a new room or whatever. It's like I can leave the room. Yeah. It's saying games in progress.
Yeah, actually, you didn't have to leave the room this time.
Oh, okay.
So just come on
I'm
back.
I'm back.
Alrighty. All right. So we've got Mike. How about you go ahead and choose your character first?
I will again pick Yara.
Wonderful. Powerhouse.
Really?
Oh, don't you put her on there yet.
Oh, come on. I thought you pick a character. Oh, is it reverse order?
Yeah, it's the first player is the last to place.
Fine, fine.
All right, Matt, you're up.
Let me spin my table. I'll go with Rudy.
All right. And let me switch computers here real quick. And I will go ahead and be Mortimer. That's what I've decided here. Okay, so who's going to be our first player? Oh, good detail. It's a 2 to 6 player game.
That is a good one.
I guess you would go first, Jordan.
Okay, I can do that. So that means I'm going to place my starting tile first. Let's see. How about let's go. There we go. Let's go right there. And all right. So now, yeah, Matt.
I will go right here.
All right, Mike. Now you can choose the
Am I
exact same
allowed?
spot.
All right. I'm surprised you didn't just put yours over here, but
Alrighty. That. All right. So you're now going to be our first player. So you have 10 action points to spend as you'd like on your menu of options on your character card here. Move, climb, build, mine. Push and knock have been combined into antagonize.
I like it.
But you know what both of those things are.
Mhm.
So it means that when you choose antagonize, you can choose to either push somebody back one space or you can knock them on their side. Steal is simply adjacent to somebody. You can spend 2 action points to steal off the top of their bag. So anyway, go ahead and navigate with your first turn.
I am a pacifist, so I am not going to be antagonizing either of you. I'm going to play nicely. So, first person to come and mess with me is screwed, though. My abilities at the beginning of my turn, I can transfer 1 tile from my bag to my deposit without having to be adjacent. Normally, you have to be adjacent to your deposit, and your deposit is that little tile you put that you start on. So typically, if you're adjacent to that, that's where you get to deposit. And remember, you can only have 10 things, 2 stacks of 5. You want to deposit the good stuff, and it costs a point to deposit, but you have to be adjacent. So one of my abilities is I get to do that without being adjacent to it. I still have to pay my action to do it, correct?
I'm sorry.
I think it's free.
Word
Or
that
as
again?
1 free deposit from anywhere.
Oh yes, 1 free deposit from anywhere, but you it's actually just the 1 deposit.
But I get it for free. I don't. It's
Correct.
not
correct.
Okay. And then each turn I can perform 1 free mine action on a valuable, or 2 free mine actions on just the rocks, and the rocks are just the gray without the icon.
Right.
All right, I am going to let me zoom in here and see how I can mess with the game state. I'm going to mine this rock for one action point for a mine. Yeah, there's a 2 and a refrain.
It's 2 action points to mine.
So 2 to mine. I'm going to mine this one for 2. Ooh. Interesting. Oh wait, I can't mine that one because it's 1 above me, right?
No, you're allowed. That's acceptable. So the available mining spots are
1 above.
when you're not on your extract tile, directly underneath your feet, same level as your feet and adjacent to you, or adjacent to you and 1 tier up.
All right, so that was 2. I'm going to go 4 with that one. I'm going to move for 5. I'm going to mine that for 7. I'm going to mine that for 9. and deposit is 1.
Mhm.
So I can deposit for free one of these things. I'll pay to do the other one. And those go into my cart, correct?
Yes, they go into your deposit.
All
Right there.
Those are my 10. And then these 2 are going to go into my bag because I don't have enough to deposit them for now because those are my 10 actions. Your bag can be manipulated, so I can hide some stuff because people now know that I have this fancy little nugget. But I can hide it underneath because if people start to steal from me, they're stealing from the top. So you want to hide your valuables. And then those are my 10 action points, right?
That they are. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Now-
the little tracker over here if you wanted to keep track of your action points in case you want to forget, like me.
Right.
Right. Cool.
All
Good
right.
first turn.
Rudy.
Okay, so I'm gonna go up here for 1 action.
Cheating.
Totally cheating. It's just what I do, you know. So that was 1, and then I'll mine this for 2, 3, and then I'll mine underneath myself for 4, 5. I'll mine this one
6,
for
7.
6, 7, and then I will deposit all 3 of them with my remaining points because I'm still adjacent.
Solid.
Well done.
Even better. Good job.
All right. Now I'm gonna start using my ability before my turn starts. So I
You
can start
will.
revealing.
You're such a
the re-
cheater.
I know.
Right?
I know. I'm saying it now so that way everybody knows that I'm a cheater.
And what is your ability?
Mortimer's special ability. In fact, here, let me pull it up on the screen here. There we go. During his turn, Mortimer may look underneath the top tile of up to 5 columns. Additionally, he may use 1 action of 2 action points or less at the end of each other player's turn. So I could have done something at the end of your turn, Mike, but I did not. Mortimer is our ostensible villain in this game, although he's just not very good at it because he's kind of lazy. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and mine this as my action at the end of Rudy's turn there. So go ahead and place that on my card there. Okay. So now I have 10 action points to spend on my actual turn. Let's go ahead and go 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's good.
5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and I'll let the last fizzle out.
Are you not going to deposit? You're adjacent to your extraction point.
I'm okay. I'm gonna risk it here.
Oh,
So
I forgot. I got to look at those. Oh, are they not in here? Where are the contracts? We're not doing contracts.
We're not doing contracts for this one. Just a little
Okay.
little simpler. Although contracts for everybody at home are not particularly complicated either. Come on, get in place there. There we go.
They give you something to go for. They are
Little, like,
public. They're
extra
out
side
there.
quest kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, once we get the actual like base game nailed down on here, then I'll add the contracts in.
And they also they help players who have fallen behind have a new avenue for scoring, especially when the gems and the copper and all that start to be thin on the ground. But for a basic game of Undermine, you don't need them. They're just a fun addition.
Could you pull up one of the character cards for a second? Because there's one thing we didn't talk about, and the reason kind of what's driving you to do certain mining actions is right in the center of Cartwright's thing there. You see the values, and there are different values of the different tiles that you're mining. So the copper, the gold, the gems, and then the diamonds, and there's different value for each of them. So that's how you're getting your points. And I mentioned before, if you don't extract in time, or you get, which has happened to me on multiple occasions playing this game, if you end up in the damn lava before the end of the game and you can't get back to your place, they have to send a crew out to take you home, and it costs you $10. So when you put into perspective how much things are worth and how that could cost you $10 if you don't make it to the end, that decision of when to peace out, because someone can really be oops, and then it could cost you the game. So there's a reason why
Very much can.
doing that too. And we haven't had a bomb knock yet. That's good. Okay.
There we
So
go.
it's to me, yeah.
Yep.
All right. What am I gonna do? 10 points. I'm next to my place. I could deposit. Well, I don't like Mortimer. I'm gonna spend a point to deposit the gold while I'm over here.
Okay.
Oh, I get a free action, so I'm gonna use that as my my beginning action, and deposit while I'm here, just to get out of the way. I perform a free mine action on a valuable. Oh, it is the beginning of the turn. Beginning of your turn, I can deposit for anywhere. Okay, so I did have to do that first. Great. All right. I'm gonna go 1, 2. It would only cost me 1 to move down 1, correct?
Correct.
So that'll be 3. I can mine this for 4.
For 4, 5. It's 2 to mine.
2 to mine. 4, 5, 6.
Oh, but Yara has the 2 free mine actions on rocks.
It's true. You could do that for free if you'd like.
But I could also mine this for free.
That's true.
Yes.
So I'm still on 5. I can 6, 7, 8,
Mm-hmm.
9, 10.
Alrighty.
Seem right?
Does seem right to me. So before Rudy's turn begins, Mortimer is going to mine this copper with his free action.
Fucking cheater.
He feels especially cheaty.
Yeah, I believe it.
There we go.
What they call it Mortimer Mondays.
This makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
All right, Rudy, take us away.
All right. I'm gonna move 1 over here. Well, then I'm gonna mine it, so I'll just move myself there, and then I'm gonna mine the one underneath that. So I'm right there.
That's
So that
what,
was
5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And then I'm gonna go 6, 7. Oh, it was a bomb rock.
Uh-oh.
Well, that changes my plan.
Yeah, that diamond.
I mean,
though.
it's stable right now. You're not in any danger.
And it only explodes if there are 2 open edges, correct?
Correct.
Well, so my thought was to take the diamond.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fine. Diamond's safe.
You're still fine.
Well, then there's 2 open edges.
No?
No. Open edges on the same level. It's a little hard to see.
On
here.
its
Diamond's
level.
above.
That's right. All right. Yeah, I'm taking that diamond. For 8, 9, but taking a diamond ends your turn automatically, so that is it.
Oh, man, that's good because I can get to you in 1, 2. Oh, can I get to you? You can climb more than 2, right?
No.
No,
Oh,
you gotta make a staircase. You can build underneath your feet if you need to.
Build. Yep.
Whoa.
Oh, no.
Did I kick everybody out by accident? Or is
No.
it just me?
Just you.
Yeah, just you.
Sorry, my mouse has like forward and back buttons on the side. So it's very easy to accidentally click. There we go. Okay. Pretty easy problem to solve. Okay, so you just ended your turn. This is the end of your turn. I'm gonna mine this sapphire. All right.
I don't like it.
Okay, so now I am adjacent to my tile here, my deposit, and I've got some goods burning a hole in my pocket. So let's go ahead and deposit. So 1, 2, 3, 4,
So many things.
5. All right, that feels better. A little less dangerous. That was 5 action points. 6, 7. Wait, I know what to do. Oh, I had it happen again.
Actually, it just froze on my end.
I'm moving.
I've got a
Oh,
solution.
no. You both went up.
What the hell?
So this is where Yara just comes over and steals all the diamonds from the board, and you have no idea.
Yeah, we
Free
come
action.
back. The game's in a totally different state.
Yep. It says it on her board. It's a free action. If at any point the game is frozen, Yara can steal all the diamonds from all players.
You
I
know,
forgot
that
about that rule.
it makes a lot of sense.
So Mortimer is going to build underneath his feet. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Build underneath his feet. So now he's at 8, 9, 10.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, that feels so good.
And that's what you get.
Okay.
Yay!
So for
I'll
those
put
who
it-
know following along, a bomb rock explodes when there are 2 open edges. That thing has more than 2 open edges, and Mortimer is right next to it
Mortimer just ended his turn right next to it.
Yep.
because the diamond ends your turn. So
Mhm.
Now, thankfully, I got rid of all those valuables except for my diamond.
the most.
But, okay. So, at
You'll
the
be
end of
okay.
my turn, this bomb rock explodes, and it's placed on the stability track. When it explodes, it destroys this rock, the rock that I'm currently standing on, and if there were any others on its level, it would also be destroyed. So that's it for that. Although, Eric, is there a way to like flip this on its side? Oh, that was confusing.
Sorry, I realize I haven't had dinner yet, so I am currently doing that.
Oh, I got you. No worries.
But yes, so pretty much when you flip something, it's oriented to the way the board and the table are facing. So you kind of want to face it in a particular direction, or you can just keep like rotating it in like a certain degree until you get it the way you want to.
Well, in this case, I'm trying to just get him on his side, and there doesn't seem to be a.
The Mortimer. I don't know if you can actually flip standees on their side, but I can
Then
add that to the list of things to.
to denote
add in.
it, I'm going to Cronenberg him into this position, which looks
Nice.
horrible. And so we know that
Yeah.
that means that Mortimer is
Oh.
knocked down, is on his side right
The
now.
mirror image.
Yeah.
What you could do is if you did, instead of having the standee, you know how you do a top view and you have the token, it turns to like a token view. If you gave everybody a token with like a cross on their eye or a Z over their whatever, you can replace the menu with a token, and that represents them being on their side or knocked over or whatever.
Yeah, we'll probably have to do like a patch in for the knockdown.
Makes sense.
But that's
Well,
good. You have no head, which means you're on your side.
Yeah, in any
Yeah,
event,
yeah.
this
Classic.
gets it across.
And so Mortimer was exploded.
Yes, he was. And lost everything in one column of his bag.
Oh, which means you can keep your diamond and lose the stone?
Mhm.
I hadn't anticipated that, but yes, I'm
Hmm.
lucky. I'm very lucky.
Yeah.
Oh, that's destroyed. Cast it over here. Now, in the past, I would have been blown up and returned to my starting tile and lost everything. So the game's definitely nicer.
Yeah.
But I'm now kind of a target because I'm sure everyone's grumpy at me. So there's that natural balance.
I'm not. You have a diamond in your sack and you're sleeping.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what's steel?
It's 2 action points.
So 8, 9, and I get to deposit. Oh, I can deposit free in the beginning of my turn. Shit.
But you
It
can
is
get
my-
to him.
I can get to him and steal it, but I can't get back to my thing. All right, beginning of my turn, I'm going to deposit this for free because that's one of my actions. And then I have 9. I can mine for free. So I can mine this for free. And then I'll move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can steal from you for 8, 9.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm burying my gem that I just took. I can steal from you for 8, 9.
So you take right off the top of one of my columns.
Right, and that doesn't give me enough to take both.
Well, you don't want both. I'll tell you that much.
He put the diamond on top.
You put the diamond on top?
Yes.
He did.
Why would you put the diamond on top?
Because I did not rearrange when I should have, and I wasn't going to cheat and rearrange when I wasn't allowed to.
Oh, so you messed up. So I deserve your diamond then, is what I hear.
That's
That's it.
unfortunately, that appears to be the case.
So that would be 8, 9. I'm gonna bury the shit out of that diamond.
Yeah.
And then I'll do what's shove? I know I said I wasn't antagonizing.
That's 4 action points.
I can't do it. All right, and I'll move for 10. I'll just move next to my extraction point.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and stand up as my action between turns. Now it's Rudy's turn.
Oh, which means you're oh, that's true. I forgot you could do that. Damn it.
All right, so I'm gonna move on to the gold space, but I'm gonna dig there also. So we'll do 1 for the move, 2, 3 for the gold. So I'm here. 4, 5 for that. 6. And then let's see here. I think I have 7, 8, 9, 10.
Nice.
All right, the rest are deposited.
Nicely done.
And those things that look like sausage links, that's the ore, correct? The copper ore?
Correct. That is one of the little small things that'll change. This is actually the texture for it, but the proper face is like stripy things.
Got it.
But it's kind of cool seeing it like this weird melted mass right now.
Mm-hmm.
The artist was great. I love his work. So end of Rudy's turn. I'm gonna go ahead and mine this copper. There we go. So 1, 2. I'm gonna build underneath myself.
Oh, interesting. I thought for sure you're coming to shove me in the
3.
lava.
I have learned that for myself, I'm not smart enough to make the best of it. So I'm going to just let that like water under the bridge. 4, 5. 6. I'm not very good at Mortimer. I'm not a good villain. 7. 8, 9.
It's good to know.
10. There we go.
Froze again.
All right. Beginning of my turn, I can deposit for free. Hello, Diamond. And then deposit is 1, so I could. This is blank, right? Yeah. I'll do 1 for that. I'll I'll do 2 for that. This goes back here. This goes back here. Build is 1. Build is 1. So 1, 2. Deposit for free. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just gotta see where I am. This is up 2, right?
What's that?
This column next to me. I'm just making sure I see it properly. It's
Oh, I'm sorry. I was getting
2
confused.
above me.
Yes.
Okay. So I deposited 1, 2, 3, 4. I can build underneath myself for 5. Oh, look at that. I'll build underneath myself again for 6. And there. This is 7, 8. I can mine 2 rocks for free. So I can do this rock and this rock. Ooh.
Mhm.
And then building adjacent. I'm on 8. I can build in this square in here, right? It's adjacent to me, and I can start from the ground up.
Unfortunately, no, that's too low. OSHA doesn't let you bend like that.
Oh, that's true. Good
Team
call.
lifting.
So I'll go
Exactly,
down
Eric.
10. Because I can go down 1 here and down 1 here and still be okay.
Stretching throughout the day helps prevent stress.
Okay, I'm good.
Excellent. All right, so end of your turn. Mine this sapphire. Now I think maybe this should be our last round here.
Okay.
It's 2:05 for me now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. Jesus. Yep.
Yeah. Gosh, time. All right. I will do. I'll take my turn then. Let's see. So I'm gonna go 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. Go 9, 10. Does anyone else see my character piece right now? Oh no, never mind. It was like floating in a weird middle place, and then it corrected itself. Okay. That's it for me.
End of your turn, I'll mine this copper.
Hey, Eric.
Yep.
When you have a stack that you've actually snapped together, is there a way to drag the whole stack without separating it again?
There is not.
Okay.
You can sort of do it by press shift and then click multiple and then continue to hold shift.
Yeah, you could do that. It's not perfect, but
yeah, exactly.
It has a better chance of working with like an outside stack more so than an inside stack.
Okay. I was trying to do it for my my bag. All right, I got it.
Oh, your bag. Okay.
5, 6.
And then I think
yeah, you can definitely do it with your bag. I'm pretty sure. If you do the shift click.
Yeah, I just made it work. And can only like tiles be stacked, like clicked stacked?
As
It's
far
like
as I know, yes.
okay, because I tried to put my sapphire like to
Neat.
snap to the ruby and it didn't do it.
Yeah, unfortunately, these are
They're unique
they're
objects, aren't
they're
they?
tokens, so they don't have like a magnetic attraction to themselves. What they do to the board,
Damn.
and the first one that goes into your bag or deposit does as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, Yara, you want to take the last turn here?
I was first player.
Yes.
Sure.
Oh, so this is the last turn?
Yeah, it might as well be.
Okay.
Okay.
It's worth mentioning that this occasion never happens in real gameplay. In real gameplay, the game is over when we've all extracted or been trapped down here because there's no more tiles.
Right.
Which can happen very quickly. We're
Very
not blowing up very much.
No, we've only seen a few bombs.
I mean, I could change that if you want.
Yeah, I sparsed them pretty evenly throughout the layers in this version. But if you're playing, with the regular version, then who knows what you could possibly find.
Yeah, it'd be much
True.
more, many more unique setups.
Beginning of my turn, I can deposit for free, but I only have rocks, so I'm not doing that. I can pull 2 rocks for free, so I'll pull this one, and I'll pull that one. Uh-oh.
Oh,
There we go.
All right, so those were free. No, not in my hand, you dumbass. So those are in my bag. I'm at 0 action, so I can. I'll go 1 over here, 2, 3 that one, 4, 5, 6, 7, and deposit is 1.
Of course, mine froze just now.
Yeah.
8. My hand, you ass. 8. Mine. I guess I could do that 1 for 9, 10 just because the end. Oh, it's gonna go away anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I'll go here. Because what's
Pretty-
extraction? 6. Damn
Yeah,
it.
6 action points.
But I have nothing in my bag. Everything else has been pulled, so.
Yeah. You don't need to.
So before the end of your turn,
Actually, that's not true because this red one and this ore, I only mined. I didn't deposit. Oh, no, I deposited. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Okay.
So I moved Mortimer here before the end of your turn, and now it's the end of your turn. This explodes, destroying this.
That one. Oh, revealing a diamond.
Uh-oh.
Which under other circumstances would mean something, but we are sadly finishing up now.
Yeah.
But we could count up score if you'd like.
Yeah.
Sure.
See what we had thus far. We'll count deposit and bag, I suppose, right?
Yeah. And this. Yeah.
Camera view will give us this for now while I do it on my computer. So before we continue with the scoring, we do have to figure out how many of each gem is out there. So amongst all of us, I'm trying to figure out how to rotate with a touchpad here. There we go. Okay. So yeah, let's start with rubies. How many rubies are out?
I have 1.
I also have 1.
I have 1. I think I've got more than that. Whoa. my Surface isn't super happy about Tabletopia, it appears. Oh, I also have one. So there's only three rubies out. Let's keep that
Okay.
in mind. Now sapphires.
I have 2.
I have 0.
I also have 2. So there's 4. So currently sapphires are most represented. And now how about emeralds?
0.
I have 2.
I have 1. So there's 3.
Sapphires it is.
Sapphires are
Sapphires.
dropped to 1 for this game.
Okay.
So that's
Oh, wait. I lied. I had 2 emeralds.
so there's 4 sapphires and 4 emeralds.
Yes. So that actually really did change things. So sapphires do not have their value dropped. The market is stable
Uh,
Because there is no majority.
because there's no majority.
cool.
Okay.
All right. Then we just add at this point.
Yeah.
4,
2.
6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Jordan's still adding. Great.
All those free actions, I tell you.
Yeah. Breaks out a calculator and an abacus and trying to figure out the whole thing.
All right. I've got my score.
Okay. I had 21.
Same. At
Ah.
21.
Okay.
All right. I had 29.
What got you your most points? Was it the sapphires?
It was, let's go ahead and zoom in as cameraman style here.
Nice.
It was copper.
Oh, you had a ton of copper.
So
okay.
copper special. In fact, you can see it here. Copper ore. Each one's only worth $1. However, for every copper above the 4th, you get $4 per copper. So these are each worth 1. So I got 4 from here, but then I got another 4 for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 for
Mhm.
copper alone. And then I
So
had
those
2.
copper ore that ended up getting you $4 a piece
Yeah.
drove you from 21 to 29, and we each
Yeah.
had 21. Wow.
Yeah.
So it really
we were
was
pretty
that.
close.
Wow. Not bad,
Yeah.
not bad.
Yeah, that's cool.
And of course,
Yay.
who knows what would have happened if the game had played out, right? I mean,
Oh my, yeah. Explosions, we would have lost stuff.
I could have, gotten some hubris in me and not made it to my extraction and lost $10. And
I often don't.
It's probably worth a whole like show topic if you talk about games that the mechanics are totally changed depending on how much time you cut off the actual playtime.
oh
Sure.
gosh, yeah.
Yeah. It's huge.
I think one thing you could do with this, because Tabletopia affords you the ability to do play zones Undermine, whatever. You can do a play zone of game state, like beginning game state and setup, and then play a couple turns, and then load a new play zone that has an end game for like a final turn, or show that there's like not so much on the board anymore, and show the different stages as you go. Because you can create the different play zones, and each play zone could be a different state of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're trying to show an example of like a bomb rock, you can have a play zone set up where a bomb rock is ready to go. And then you can have a play zone where it's end game and there's 7 things that have already blown up, and you're trying to do that whole thing as you go. So
it's a good idea.
Oh yeah, look at those ones all clustered close to each other. We didn't see them.
it's great.
So anyway, this taught us that we can really get going talking about vacation games.
Yeah, sure. Games in general, right? The hobby, it's a fun thing to talk about for sure.
Of course.
Oh yeah. Time just vanishes when you do.
Seriously, right? Or speeds up.
Right. Oh, there's so many of us.
That was awesome. I love the portal that opens up. It's so cool.
Should have warned you.
Good stuff. Did I not have this up the entire time? I pulled it, Chris.
I didn't notice, but I don't know.
I didn't either. I might have. I might not have. Anyway, we were playing Strange Orbit Undermine.
We'll have to play a real full game sometime.
Yeah, I like that.
Yep. And
Yeah, we'll get a couple more play tests, and then we'll work out some of the small little kinks, and then we'll get an actual game going.
Sure.
And again, thank you, Eric, for putting that together. Really
Yeah.
great
Seriously.
stuff. Thank you.
Looks pretty.
Yeah, I'm happy with the way it turned out. So luckily, there shouldn't be too much more that we'll need to work on before we get to that point.
It's like a couple tweaks, and it's great.
Yeah, no, it's like almost just right there.
Mhm.
Yay! Well, thanks for having us on, Mike.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming on. I know we had planned to do it a couple times, and it finally came to fruition, which is great. I think, just as an aside, a very smart move that you decided to put into the game was the bomb track board with the actions
Yeah.
that you pass to different people, which is not only a reminder of how many they need to take off the board at the beginning of their turn, but a really good way to keep somebody that might not be able to keep track of their mental actions and how many they've used to keep track of how many they've used. And it's a very smart component that not only is helpful for the player, but helpful for the game state. And it's those kind of little nods, those little additions, those little moments that are like smart in games that it shows that you thought about things. It wasn't just like, we should have done a thing or we should have done this. Like having that something like that in the game that's multi-use, right? That's helping out the players as well is it's very smart, and it speaks to what you do in your game. So kudos to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so like and subscribe, do the things before I forget. But not only us, obviously, in the full 42, but where can people find you? We mentioned Discord and we mentioned websites. If people want to follow what you're doing and support and get behind KinSoul Studios, how can they do that?
So we have our website, KinSoulStudio.com. We are on Facebook as well. Just search for KinSoul Studio. Also, our game currently, Undermine, is on Kickstarter. So you can search for Undermine on Kickstarter and get some information there. Join the project, help out if you want. And we do have a Discord. Currently, actually, I think right now the only link that exists is in the Kickstarter updates.
I think
So
that's true. Yeah.
I'll have to make that a little more public.
Yeah,
I'll get that on the website.
It's relatively new, but we're trying to expand our Discord.
Yeah. So I'll add that link to the website.
And send us the stuff. We'll put it in the show notes. I know I gave Chris a couple things, and I don't know if they're there because technology and I we fight a lot.
No worries at all.
You can find me in the full 42 Discord, as well as the QSCon Discord, as well as the 3WS Discord. So if you do want to connect with the fine folks at KinSoul, reach out to me and I can put you in the right directions as well. Also, Matt, you're going to be joining the QSCon Discord at some point.
Yes.
But Jordan and Eric are also there. So I don't know why I did this. Whatever. It's like the YMCA now. Great. That's going to be good. Yeah. So I'm a big proponent of finding good people and supporting good people. And if you believe in that, these are good people, and you should definitely get behind what they're doing. So guys, thank you so much for spending almost 4.5 hours with us talking about vacation games and looking at Strange Orbit Undermine. It's a hell of a project. It's been fun to watch iterate and watch people get behind it and play it and enjoy it. So keep doing what you're doing. You're doing amazing stuff, and thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
you.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I will see you guys soon, I'm sure. For those that are still with us, Kabuki Kid's still here. I don't know who else is there. There's a few people watching. Can't believe you're still this is almost, I gotta go back and look, but this might be Flamecraft level. Like Flamecraft with Cardboard Alchemy was our longest ever. This might be, if it hasn't overtaken it, it's damn close. But yeah, it was a blast talking to you guys. Yeah, same with me. It's a blast talking to you guys as always in person when we were together, and this was a joy. This was really fun. I missed my 2 co-hosts, but it was great to get behind you guys and talk about design and what brings fun moments to gaming, because it's a hell of a hobby that we're involved in. So
Certainly.
support
Yeah,
good
no.
people. Get out there. You guys are great. We normally go over to the Discord and chat for a while. It has been 4.5 hours, so I'm gonna definitely go to bed. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a warm bed ahead of me.
Yes.
Mhm.
Full of cats, probably.
Definitely.
I will see you guys all soon. Everyone, thanks for hanging out. Be good, and we'll talk soon.
All right.
Take
Have a
care.
good night.
Good night, everybody.